deal. I'm happy that the representative of the sole administrator of Ajaokuta is here, and we have the DG of Bureau of Public Service Reform and all that. So on that note, let me formally and first and foremost request that we observe the honor by taking the national anthem on our streets. Thank you. Okay, we are waiting for. Okay, if you don't have it, we are all Nigerians. I think we can just sing at the count of 2. Okay. Thank you very much. Will you please be seated? Yes. As I mentioned before, I would like to start by inviting the Chairman, Board of Trustees of the Foundation, Engineer Bukar Umar, to please be on the high table. With this. I also have the pleasure of inviting member of the Executive Management Team Committee of the Foundation, in person of Dr. Lola Babagunje, to please join us on the high table. If I can just have one of the secretarial staff to help us in putting them on. Yusuf, if you are there, please come and help so that you can get some people on. Okay. Yes, that is why I'm asking them to help me. That way, ma. That way. Yes. Can you get to my camera so that I can't do everything? Okay. Yes. The minister will be here, so you can be there. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let me also invite the Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reform, in partners of Dr. D.I. Arabi, to please join us on the high table. Dr. Arabi, this way, sir. Okay. That's permitted, sir. Okay. Let me also invite Engineer Ibiam Ogujefo, the National Coordinator of Presidential Executive Order 5, to please be on the high table, sir. Engineer Ibiam is also one of the speakers for today. This is. Yes. In the same vein, it's my honor to invite the Director General of the Institute for Governance and Leadership Studies in Africa, Dr. Larry Adebayo to please join us on the table. The sole administrator, Engineer Samaila Akaba, is unavoidably absent for today's meeting. However, we have a very able representative in his stead. He's also one of the guest speakers for this event. It's my honor to invite Alhaji Mohammed Ibrahim, the former GM, Public Affairs and Information of the Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited. When we talk about steel, I hope you know the importance of having Ajaokuta Steel Company being represented here. You're welcome, sir. One of the session chairs, who is also a member of the executive team of PEEF, is here with us. And it's my honor to also invite him to join us on the high table in person of Alhaji Mashood Yusuf. Please, sir. As we await the arrival of other distinguished participants, let me, on this note also, invite the chief host of this event and someone that have been the instrument of putting most of this exercise together, as well as getting to ensure that we're all here effectively today, is no other person than the executive secretary of the foundation. It's my honor to invite Dr. Musa Rabiu. Dr. Musa Rabiu is known to many only today, especially some of us that have worked with him in the last couple of months without meeting him, but it's instructive to say that he's just only an administrator, but he's also someone I would describe as a mentor by excellence. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful job done, sir. Without wasting much time, and after we've just got notification that the representative of the Honorable Minister will be joining us, perhaps we just give him the honor when he comes to be on the high table with us. Let me invite the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the PEEF, in person of Alhaji Muhammad Buka, to please give his welcome address. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to be not so protocol conscious, but I'd like to stand on whatever protocol we hold this meeting in. And I'd like to welcome you to this event. And I'd like to ask you, please, can you move forward a bit more so that we will all be hearing each other better, and we instruct better. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this event, the PEEF, the 7th PEEF Annual Conference on this day, and to ask you please join us in addressing major issues in our national life. It is always very important for us as a nation to remember what are we for, what are we looking for, where we want to be, and what are we going to do, and who is going to do it. If anybody is going to make this country great, it is people like you. So please give me the time and also listen to the speakers so that we'll be able to achieve something which we hope will lead us more. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'd like to welcome you to this event and also to thank the Conference Planning Committee for the excellent work they have done to get us people here, and also for the Honorable Secretary and the organization that supports what we have done. We look forward to hearing from a number of speakers on both topics, and we also look forward to participation from the floor. And at the end of it, we should be able to summarize our communiques and then be in a position to chart a way forward on both counts. So I look forward to having your full participation and also your full response when we have got the final communique. Okay, next one. I'd like to say a little about the PEEF itself. And it's a registered organization, it's a non-profit organization, proffering advice, practical solutions on skills management challenges, not only in Nigeria, but across Africa. Apart from these conferences, we've held many events digitally with hundreds of people worldwide listening as speakers from the diaspora and from other professional bodies in the world. And that has helped chart some of the things that have happened and that have appeared before. As you can see, this is our 7th conference. So we've been doing this for some time, and we would like also to have the results of what we do today passed on to the right quarter so that they will be addressed. This conference will be addressing addressing two key topics: accelerating steel sector development in Nigeria, especially Central Jakarta, and achieving zero corruption in procurement practice. We all believe that this project, which started more than 50 years ago, is long overdue to have been at the forefront of our industrial development, because no industry, no nation in this world has been able to develop to any level of good quality of life without addressing some basic issues. And steel production is one of them. And this project was started by elders, leaders who have departed almost 60 years ago. You can see what we need steel is the basic bedrock for all the infrastructure you need in the country. Bridges, buildings, transport. Look at how much steel we imported to build the rail lines and so on, how we could have produced it here. Look at how much we import to make pipelines and so on in all industry instead of actually producing it here and using it. So if we are going to really have renewed hope, then it is clear that steel production is a major issue. And we are going to talk on a larger, also on Jakarta, and there may be a chance whatever we say here can also be applied to a larger scale and to many of the other things that are there. As you can see, there are facilities in Nigeria trying to produce steel, but the output is nowhere near what is needed. I have seen, although it is not verified, that Nigeria imports close between $5 and $10 billion worth of steel into the country annually. I don't know that, but if you aggregate it, that's not far-fetched. And this is something we can do here with our own people and with our own raw material, and we have got the facilities. We need to put the systems and the management to make it work. So what should we do? We should have a conversation which poses out the way forward. Why is the steel sector important? What do we have now? We need to look at what are the strengths and the weaknesses, the opportunities that we need to address to make sure that it works. And things we need to do almost immediately so that we can keep it. I'm not going to go back and talk about the history of why we got there, but at least let us know where we are, and then we can move forward. Okay. Next one. Next, to steel being an important factor, there is the issue of how we do our procurement. Virtually every transaction you do, in one way or the other, is a procurement management process. It is our hope that today we'll try to arrange how this can be done as best as we can to achieve the optimal results for both parties, and to make sure that what we're doing forms a good basis for all the development and planning that we said we will deliver in this country, and also to make sure that everybody has a fair chance to participate actively, and also to ensure that whatever we do, we learn the lessons, and we also learn the lessons that other people have gone through in similar situations, such that it will be a benefit to us. We don't have to reinvent wheels when they already exist. We don't want to have to do things that are 10 times the cost of what can be done in other places, whether it is steel production, whether it is oil production, whether it is even agricultural production. Let us have a proper, well-managed procurement and supply process that is free from any corrupt practices, that will lead to value creation for all of us, so that at the end of it, we enhance the quality of life of everybody in the country, and we also make it easier for people now to jump back in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful speech. I think the Chairman Board of Trustees of PEEF deserve more appreciation for what he has done. He has laid a very good foundation for today's engagement by discussing on some of the major two focus of the conference, which is steel development in Nigeria, as well as procurement processes. I'm happy that we have people from the steel sector as well as procurement management in Nigeria represented here that will be talking on that. To also quickly inform you that the president of the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria is also represented here, and we have his representative person of Alhaji Abdul Mama to please join us on the item. Thank you. As I announced earlier, we have, this is a hybrid event, and we have a lot of participants from outside this venue that have joined us from somewhere. So I'm going to ask that we highlight and see some of them that are there. We have already, okay, we have Mr. Arizo Dua. Come on, please go back again. Yes, we have Mr. Arizo Dua. He's a popular discussant. We have Chief Pascal Ewim. He's the DG of Bureau of Public Procurement, Imo State. He's also on the waiting list to speak to us. Well, Engineer Ibiam is here with us. He's the National Coordinator of PEEF. Their microphone is muted because it's not yet time for them to talk. So when it is time, we are going to invite them to speak and not say. We've just been informed that the representative of the minister is on his way here, and he is to give the keynote address. But while we are waiting for that to happen, let me invite the DG of the Bureau of Public Service Reform, the person of Dr. Dia Arabi, to please address speech.
Thank you. My brother, Engineer Buka, my lost senior and loving senior sister, Dr. Lola, distinguished members of the high table, members of the press and media, our guests that have joined us virtually, and those of you that are here, and my colleagues from the Bureau of Public Service Reforms, good morning. Before I read my speech, I want to just say a few things about Dr. Lola, who is going to be presenting a paper here. She is a Nigerian with outstanding quality, character, and honesty. Her presence here, I'm sure, is going to add value to the discussions for today and discussions that will follow this. And in her, we have a role model of how Nigeria should be. Nigeria first, then me. Nigeria first, then Dr. Lola. I want to appreciate Malam Musa Rabiu, who is my senior brother and my mentor. So when the MC was talking about him, I just smiled. Some of you might have come across the circular that says human resource management in federal public service now is not professionalized, a special cadre for it. That is part of the handwork of Malam Musa Rabiu many years ago. And when we started that work, I was quite a younger person. We thought he was just talking. We never knew that this will come to materialize in the public service. Thank you, Malam Musa, for that initiative. He also held my hand and said, you must be a professional administrator. Come to CIPM. I said, okay, I don't have money. He said, you must come. And last week, I became a fellow after many years. I said, thank you very much, sir, for your support and the interest you have in me and in Nigeria. And I'm assuring you that you've not taken the wrong decision. I'm holding the hands of my boys and girls in the office, and quite a number of them are with us here, and others have joined us online. Thank you very much, sir. I extend my warm greetings to all of you on behalf of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms, where I'm honored to serve as the Director General. It is with great enthusiasm that I address this goodwill message to these esteemed individuals associated with the people and Expertise and Excellence Foundation, an organization dedicated to fostering progress and integrity in the development of Nigeria's steel sector and fighting procurement corruption. The theme, accelerating steel development in Nigeria, achieving zero corruption in procurement management, resonates deeply with the principles of transparency, accountability, and excellence that underpin the Bureau's commitment to public service reforms. We are focused on driving advancement in the steel industry, coupled with a determination to eradicate corruption from procurement process, aligned with our shared vision for a prosperous and ethical sound Nigeria. In an attempt to galvanize and effectively coordinate activities within the mining sector, the federal government of Nigeria, in its wisdom, intervened in mining activities with reviewed policies on mineral and metals, leading to the establishment of Nigeria Mining Corporation. The aim of this was to engage in the direct investment in the exploitation of economically viable minerals and to act as catalysts in the development of the mining sector in Nigeria. Similarly, the enactment of the indigenization decree of 1972 by the government was to pave way for the acquisition of major shares by expatriates and multinational companies to small-scale indigenous miners in Nigeria. Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act 2007 bestows on the federal government of Nigeria all mining deposits, who then allocates to states and similar in the allocation of sharing formula in the oil and gas sector. Others include Nigerian Mining and Metal Policy 2008, Nigeria Minerals and Mining Regulation 2011. The African Mining Vision, AVM, of 2009, as a key framework, provides a veritable platform to promote mineral resources development and structural transformation in the African continent. This affords Nigeria the opportunity to leverage on its products and expertise to drive mining activities and government planning. The ECOWAS Mineral Development Policy, EMDD, structured around the AVM, was adopted by ECOWAS member states in 2012 to domesticate regional mining status and protocols. As part of government initiatives to develop and formulate short and long-term plans for the Nigerian mining industry, the federal government of Nigeria in 2016 launched a roadmap for the growth and development of the Nigerian mining industry with the aim to provide a focused development of the sector. Some of the efforts by government at combating procurement fraud and corruption in the steel sector include, among others, development of an appropriate fit-for-purpose management structure, adoption of regular oversight by relevant regulatory agencies of government, compliance with public financial rules and regulations, periodic audits, strict compliance to provisions of Public Procurement Act, capacity development, skilling and reskilling, the skills of the workers working within the industry, community engagement with host communities, fast-tracking rehabilitation of mining sites and industries, enhance security within the mining sector. The steel sector plays a pivotal role in the economic growth and industrialization of our nation, Nigeria, and is of no thought by anybody how important this is to our development as a nation, as stated by the chairman. Your foundation's dedication to accelerating its development reflects a forward-thinking approach that acknowledges the importance of a robust and sustainable steel industry. We recognize the potential impact of such initiatives on job creation, infrastructural development, and the overall economic well-being of our great nation, Nigeria. Furthermore, the commitment to achieve zero corruption in procurement management is commendable and underscores the foundation's understanding of the crucial link between transparency and sustainable development in an era where accountability is paramount. Your efforts contribute significantly to building a trustworthy and efficient public procurement system. May I inform our audience that the Bureau of Public Service Reforms have been working since 2004 to reform the public service. Beyond that, we have provided all what it needs to unbundle the service, improve accountability and transparency, by most especially leading the digital transformation of public financial management and federal public service. By the robust introduction of IPPIs, GIFMIs, IPSAS, Treasury Single Account, BVN, we have improved transparency, opened the space, and given associations like this to track movement, utilization, allocation of resources of government. We have also given you space to participate in the preparation of our budgets and other trackers, including the open government portal, where you can track activities of government. It is our hope that these initiatives by BPSR will be sustained beyond us, and engagements like yours will get the adequate support that it requires by government. I have noted over time that Nigeria have signed on to OGP, and beyond OGP, there's freedom of information, which is a law in this country, which has given organizations like yours to ask questions, demand for explanation, and even direct where resources of government should go to. This initiative has shown the interest you have in this country. We believe that any reasonable step taken to revive Ajaokuta Steel, fight corruption, it will improve the fortunes of this country. And just as the chairman has said, Japa syndrome may see its end in Nigeria when we have Ajaokuta and similar industries coming on board. As we gather to deliberate on these strategies, share insights, and collaborate towards the advancement of the steel sector, I encourage you to remain steadfast in your pursuit of excellence. The People's Expertise and Excellence Foundation work undoubtedly contributes to the realization of a Nigeria where the steel industry flourishes, free from shackles of corruption. The Bureau of Public Service Reforms extend its best wishes for a successful and impactful event. And we look forward to receiving the outcome of this discussion. And we're assuring you that we carry the campaign forward to ensure that Ajaokuta Steel and other government enterprises are revived. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you.
Another round of applause to Dr. D.I. Arabi is the Director General, Bureau of Public Service Reform. Our experience with Dr. Arabi is legendary, and he's one man that can speak for, even from the public sector. I recall just not quite 2 months ago, we held another similar event on procurement and corruption in Nigeria. And I can tell you, Dr. Arabi was not only among the first participants that came to the hall, but he also performed wonderfully well and stayed with us until the end of this term. He continued to preach for sanity and the development of this country. We thank you, sir, for your wonderful work. We continue from this. As we are still taking more goodwill messages, let me invite the representative of the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria, in person of Abdul Maman, who will also be talking to us, I think, on issues related to procurement and corruption. Thank you. Thank you.
The chairman, sir, distinguished members of the high table. My name is Abdul Maman. I represent the registrar of the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria, who is unavoidably absent. The main cause of our discussion today has to do with procurement. And most importantly, the principles of procurement are the underlying bellies that affords us the opportunity to gain tracking and ensure that the right things are done. And as a result of that, the other wing through which it becomes so important for us to appreciate the need to accept reform initiative has to do with professionalizing the procurement function. And in getting that done, it situates a very significant aspect of life, which creates value at the end of the day. If I may recall, the understanding of Ajaokuta Steel Complex has to do with the fact that in 1974, when the studies was conducted through the NSDA, and NSDA, through that, a lot of scientific activities took place. Itapi iron ore was identified, and now National Iron Ore Mining Project, as well as Ajaokuta Steel and Delta Steel, they were in the formative plan stage as at the time these were going on. And what were they supposed to give? One, Itapi iron ore is where the deposit resides. As a result of that, it's supposed to, the activities of government was tended towards extracting the iron ore. When the iron ore is extracted, it is also stacked, it is washed, it is beneficiated to two varied identities of procurement iron ore. One is 64-degree iron content, iron 2 ferrous oxide, and the other one is 68-degree iron content. What are they supposed to do? The 64 content of beneficiated ore is meant to feed Ajaokuta steel. And in Ajaokuta steel, it is heat up to 1,000 degrees centigrade to turn to liquid steel, where we can manufacture all facets and types of what steel can produce. While the 68 iron ore content, known as super concentrate, is on the line to Delta steel. And from Delta steel, it is converted through DRM, direct reduction method, into what we call the billets. And the billets are the raw materials for steel inland rolling mills. Jos Steel Rolling Mill, Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mill, Ajaokuta Rolling Mill, Delta Steel Rolling Mill as itself. So that was the plan that was had by government. Whereas Ajaokuta has already made market for her product, because once the raw material is gotten through the DRM process, and the Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mill, Ajaokuta Steel Rolling Mill, Tasina Steel Rolling Mill as well, as supply the raw material, getting to the market will be easy. Just like the DG did mention, it suffices and make sure that you have the support to go into the market for people who are constructing roads, dams, buildings, make use of the product that is gotten out of this. One important thing that had failed us was that an effective procurement system need to be addressed, whereas people who are saddled with the responsibility, because we cannot afford to lose the second coming of this particular opportunity, which had actually identified Ajaokuta as the cornerstone of economic revolution for Nigeria through the steel industry. Ajaokuta is key. Ajaokuta is money. Ajaokuta can make life for Nigeria. Ajaokuta can contribute immensely to the development of the country, Nigeria, whereas we will reduce, if not to the barest minimum, the issue of importation of steel materials into the country. By the distinguished individuals that are here, as a procurement professional, we are training people to understand the fundamentals and ensure that principles of accountability is held so high, because public office is meant for public good. And those who are to be saddled with the responsibility should be seen to be people with adequate trust, knowledge, consistency, understanding, and will be able to deliver value at the end of the day. On behalf of the registrar, thank you very much. I'm here to just say this. Thank you.
Nice chatter, come on. Okay, good way. Thank you very much. We just received a notice that the representative of the minister, I think, is on his way coming up. As a matter of fact, most of us that live in Abuja find it difficult at times to locate hotels. Hotels. So while we're still waiting, let me just also inform you that we have a couple of the participants, particularly some of the rapporteurs, discussants and all that are online. One of them is Mr. Arinze Odua, who's been having an issue with the network over the time, but I understand he has just connected. We also have Mr. Kumi Akimade. Kumi Akimade is not only a member of PEEF, he's also a member of the CPC, the Conference Planning Committee. I understand he's joining us in a couple of minutes from now. We also have Mr. John Balogun. I understand he's already here. You're welcome. Mr. John Balogun is a rapporteur. We thank you for being here. Very interesting also, we have a very huge volunteer in our midst, and the person is based far away in Canada, and he's been so supportive and wonderful in the work of having a PEEF. It's no other person than Alhaji Aziz Ola Ojetola, who will also be joining us, or who is already on with us from Canada. He's a management practitioner and a strong member of PEEF over time. So while we are still waiting for the Honorable Minister, let me invite Engineer Sani, Engineer Abdallah Sani, who is a member of the Planning Committee, who is also a discussant today, to please give us a brief remark regarding the work of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished chairman, our invited guests, and the other protocols observed. I'm very happy to be here today. This PEEF, I happen to be one of those trained by this country to manage Ajaokuta. We went to Russia in 1983. We came back, but nothing to do. I think I see this organization much more of a pressure group, reminding us about procurement, corruption in Nigeria, Nigeria industrialization. And when I was invited to join the planning committee, I was so happy. And though we were doing everything virtually, not until yesterday, I met Dr. Musarabiu, who has been so much very, very active, and my brother, Dr. Mohammed Atta, who has put everything together. I want to tell us that I'm so grateful to be here, and I think the activity of today is a good information we are sending to our government, especially on Ajaokuta, that have produced so many specialists. I think, if I am not mistaken, from the 70s, be sending people to Russia to get prepared for this Ajaokuta. And unfortunately, all those sent to Russia for education have been forgotten. And they are all over the world, making other countries progressing in steel, in electronics, in computer, and other fields, especially even in mechanical engineering. I read what we call manufacturing technology. Manufacturing technology is where you bring out the workpiece, electric motors, any type of machine. And when I finished service, I think in 1989, I worked briefly 6 months, and I worked at the mechanical section. The mechanical section of Ajaokuta, as we have it, can produce the car as of today. But all those things are lying down for us. So we are going to digest all these things today, but I'm just to tell us what we are here for, and the business of the day, we will send message to our great country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's Engineer Abdallah Sani. We have someone very important in our midst, and I have actually been with us a full period since the beginning of this training. I apologize that we didn't quite take note of that early enough, but it's my honor to introduce the representative of the MD of Delta Steel. We are talking about steel. Oh, sorry, the former managing director of Delta Steel. That's quite instructive. Just like we're having the steel industry here. In passing of Engineer Madugwa. Please, let me invite you here, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Chairman, Engineer Bukar, and the high table. My name's Anthony Madagua. I was privileged to have headed Delta Steel in between 2003 and 2005. When Dr. Rabi Musa actually contacted me and told me about this program, I had to shelve everything aside in order to be here today. The reason is that I joined Delta Steel after my NYSC, and I walked through the ranks to become the managing director. So I spent all my life in Delta Steel. And anytime I remember the journey we passed through, I shed tears. And this led me to write a book, The Betrayal of the Nigerian Steel Dream, Delta Steel Saga. I have given a copy of the book to Dr. Musa. And I narrated, because I witnessed the construction of Delta Steel, the commissioning, the operations, and the decline, and the attempt to revive it. Because when I was made the MD of Delta Steel, I pride myself as the only chief executive that was interviewed for the position. All other people were actually appointed, but we were interviewed, and I was appointed by the then chairman, late Air Commodore Dan Suleiman, may God rest his soul. When I was appointed, the company has been down for 6.5 years. We actually commissioned Delta Steel. It produced steel. We're supplying billets to the inland rolling mills, and we're on the upswing until things started changing. All this I narrated in my book because I wanted to leave it as an information for people to come by, because companies can be built or killed by the stakeholders themselves, including the workers. So when we were trying to bring back Delta Steel, it was then the privatization policy came in. And all the attempts to convince the former president, because I had a breakfast meeting with him, to convince him that if you want to privatize Delta Steel, if you wanted to privatize Delta, please privatize 51%, keep 49% for the government, and let's see how the core investors will perform before you begin to further divest. Because steel is power, steel is technology. Nobody jokes with their steel industry. If you read my book, I have stated all these things there. In fact, when the government said they are going to make Nigeria one of the 20 most economic countries, I said it is not possible, because if you look at those 20 countries, the only thing that is common among them that they are all steel producing nations. Some of them, they have small population, big population, and the rest of it. But if you look at one common index that is common to all of them, they are all steel producing nations. So if you want to displace any one of them, in order to become one of them, you must produce steel. So consequently, I discovered that the government does not really know what steel is all about. I was privileged to live in India. I trained also in India. I trained in Germany. And when I was in India, color television was just coming into India in 1981, 1982. And in the last few years, in the last 20 years, I've been visiting India regularly, and I've seen what steel has done to their nation. In fact, in India, there's a plant that has one blast furnace that produces 3 million tons a year. 3 million tons a year. And India have established so many steel plants, and they are still establishing steel plants as on date. And when I asked one of my mentors, an Indian professional, a very old man now, I said, why are you not privatizing your steel plants? He told me, he said, our steel plants, they are our treasures. They are our treasures that we cannot just sell them and throw them away. We have to be very mindful on how we deal with this plant, because those are our foundation. So today, I want us to be able to discuss Ajaokuta. In the last few years, in the last 4 years, I've been in Ajaokuta at least 3-4 times, maybe 5 times. Even this year, I've been in Ajaokuta in connection with so many studies. And when people say Ajaokuta is obsolete, I smile at them. What do they mean by obsolescence? Are you talking of the technology that was in, that Ajaokuta has adopted? Are you talking about the state of the plant? Are you talking about the robustness of the plant? So if you look at all these things, Ajaokuta can be turned around. Ajaokuta can be turned around. Because what has happened in Delta Steel should not be allowed to happen to Ajaokuta. Delta Steel was sold in 2005, and when it was sold, it produced from 2005 till 2011 before it collapsed. And then in 2015, it was resold to another company, and since then, it has never operated till to date. Till date, it has not worked. But there's a synergy between Ajaokuta, Niomco, and Delta. There's a synergy. The railway line from Warri is going to Ajaokuta and is going to Itakpe. Now, if you want to revive Ajaokuta, what do we do with Delta Steel? Are we going to leave it? Because the original design that all the items that are coming, especially the coking coal and other things, will come from Oneport. It's not possible as at today. So we can only look at this Warri Itakpe Ajaokuta rail line. What are we going to do with it? So these are some of the things we have to discuss in this meeting. And finally, before I sit down, I want to say that I have written so many things to presidents, President Jonathan, even when President Buhari was president-elect, I wrote to him about the steel industry. And when they were not listening, because everybody is saying that government is not a good manager of business, I sat down and said, what do? I wrote another book. And that book says, who says government has no business in business? And this is to tell them that government can do good business. Because as of today, had this steel plant in Saudi Arabia, it's one of the biggest plants, and it's making incredible profit. All the steel plants in India, they are making profit. And I'm glad some few days ago, the president went to Saudi Arabia and he was talking about Aramco. Aramco is one of the most profitable companies in the world, and it's a government-owned business. So who says Ajaokuta cannot be made to make this to make profit? It is how we are going to run it. And I'm very happy when we are talking about zero corruption in procurement. I believe if all these things are well articulated, we can be able to provide a solution to the government to say, this is the way to go. And if they listen to us, we professionals, we that are Nigerians, we that have stake in this country, I think it will be better for our country and for our children unborn. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Maduba, if I'm right. Yes, okay. Dr. Tony Maduba, yes. Okay, okay, Madagua. Okay, thank you very much. Permit you once again to thank you for that wonderful presentation. You actually have laid another inroad to some of the speakers in the afternoon. On that note, sir, may I humbly invite you to join us on the high table, sir. I am pleased to inform you that the representative of the Honorable Minister, the Director, the Ministry of Street Development, in person of Alhaji A.T. Umar, is in our midst. While I welcome him, I want us to please to give him a round of applause as he joins us on the high table. With just few activities left, we'll be bringing the opening ceremony to a close. But before then, you're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Let me use this opportunity also to ask the only female in our midst, a leader by excellence, and a very strong member of the Executive Management Committee of PEEF, a mentor, a personal mentor to me that I have known for years. and who has made so much positive impact in our lives, Dr. Lola Mabugye, to say something to us. Right. You want to tell me? Yes.
Okay, better. Okay, I would stand on an existing protocol, so I won't go through it again. I'm happy, I'm sad. For one thing, I didn't see many of me in this room. And I say me, representing me. We're talking about something that would benefit our children. Where are we? We're talking about employment for our children. Where are we? Can we raise off our hands, the female? Let's count. Raise it proudly, 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 females. Okay, we've not achieved the gender equality that I cling to in my life. So, Dr. Musa, did you fail to invite us, or what happened to us? Because I invited a lot of female organizations to come, but it's a failure on all of us, particularly me. It's a failure, and we'll continue accepting it, and we can build on it. So I've been intrigued. I don't know much about steel, but I've been listening quietly. I didn't know steel is that important. So I'm learning today. Today will be a learning phase for me to understand about what the importance of steel and be able to discuss on it. So I really thank you for bringing me here. Corruption, all those ones I'm used to, but the steel part, I'm really happy to know about steel. That could be a cornerstone to develop this nation. So if it's to develop our nation, let's pass the message clear and wide. What happened in Delta must not happen anywhere else in this country. It mustn't happen. We mustn't allow it to happen. I'm glad the director, Swimi, sir, I would like the director to listen to us because he came late. Yes. Sorry, my distinguished director, I have passed the stage of that. I'm sure maybe you were told late. It's a normal story in the government. I was with the government for 30 years. So we'd always say we were told late to come for a meeting. It's the beginning. So I'd like us to take this meeting very seriously. For me, it's a very serious meeting, and I hope you will be able to push on the communique that is developed and will act on it for the benefit of me and my future. So I thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you very much, ma. I am happy that I humbly invited you, ma, to speak. Okay. Okay, ma. We'll be bringing the opening ceremony to a close so that we can go into the technical sessions. To do that, I have to invite our special guest of honor that we've been waiting for. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Steel, who is not here in person, but ably represented by Alhaji Omar, to come and give us his remarks, as well as receive from the PEEF management and Board of Trustees a plaque in appreciation of what we anticipate from the steel ministry in the near future. I welcome you, sir, and I call you to please give us a brief remark, sir. Let's give him, please, a round of applause.
Good afternoon, members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing rules. Yeah. I present the compliments of the Ministry of Steel Development and wish to profoundly express the gratitude of the Honorable Minister of Steel Development in person of Prince Shuaibu Abubakar Audu for inviting him as the guest, as a special guest of honor on this special occasion of the 7th edition of the People with Expertise and Excellence Foundation Annual General Conference and Meeting. That the organization is celebrating its 7th edition is a testimony to its diligence and sense of purpose of making expertise and excellence in Nigeria as a will of government for achieving productivity and so on. And also to appreciate the foundation for selecting the team that is accelerating steel sector development in Nigeria. It is a very good topic which the ministry is happy about, and fortunately or unfortunately, we are not being prepared alone for this activity because for one, the minister has been engaged in most of political activities, and then in the ministry too, the letter came to us a little late. But that notwithstanding, I was asked to represent the ministry, and they want to appreciate the foundation for this topic and also for choosing the ministry as the spotlight, as Madam has said. Let me just give a brief history about the steel sector, and then I'll cap it up with the activities that we are presently doing, at least to bring this foundation to a level ground of what is happening in the steel sector. As we are aware, the steel sector in Nigeria started as a public steel companies, where the government in the early 70s established the Ajaokuta Steel Company, the Delta Steel Company, the National Iron Ore Mining Company, the National Metallurgical Development Center. All those companies were government companies, and that formed the basis for the steel sector in Nigeria. Now, over the years now, the funding of these companies to produce steel became not as it is expected because of other competing activities by government. This was what led to the privatization of the companies, which is privatization also is the policy of government, from the BPE to the Obasanjo administration of privatization, which the ministries parastatals were selected for privatization by BPE, which is just we need to understand that is the policy of government, and that was what led to the privatization of the steel companies. Now, how far have the privatization has gone? What activity, whether they have been were able to achieve what government want to achieve is a detailed activity. It's a detailed program that needs to be taken, especially on special cases. But that is just to brief you briefly on how the steel sector has come up, the privatization area. Another study will be to actually look at the privatization period, what has been achieved, what has not been achieved, and then we'll now look ahead, what can we do next now? In summary, after the privatization area, most of the companies that were privatized could not take off. And then we even had litigation issues, which you all know about, the Ajaokuta, and then the Aluminum Smelting Company of Nigeria. These are all the fallout of privatization. Now we are now coming to a stage, and as my MD of Delta Steel has said, he said there is a government in business or government has nothing to do with business. That is also at the cross of the matter. You see, in reality, government has something in business, and also, but the running of companies is not actually a government affair. Government is to set regulations and then provide the enabling environment for the private sector to thrive in. But that is also the policy of government regarding operation of companies. And that is what the ministry has been also been doing. But now, if you took the steel sector in its strategic nature, that is where you now say, okay, is it right for government to completely hands up from privatization. So that is where also where the issue of whether there is need for government in government. And I think that is where we are coming. Having gone through the privatization area, we have seen what has happened. We are now also at the stage where we are now rethinking whether there is need for government to actually put it is directly involvement in this. And I can sum it up that that is one of the things that led to the creation of the Ministry of Sea Development. Honestly, I can tell you that one area that maybe the government has also not really put directly its interest and supervision is the sea sector in Nigeria. If you take the oil industry, the agriculture, the health, the education, all their government gives a strong emphasis and fund them and do like that. Now, recently, during the Buhari administration, with the issue of diversification, mining was also considered as strategic, and a lot of funding and interest was given to mining. But the sea sector has not been given that adequate attention, both in terms of funding and strategy and so on and so on. So now, but with the creation of the new ministry, I think it's a turn around. Because if you also go through history, this engineer, LD Lawan, he is a retired staff of Ajakuta. We have been there for almost 30 years. Me, I started as level 8 in the Ministry of Mines, Power and Steel, early in the 90s. And I've been in the sea sector up to today, which I rose to this position. So all through what happened in the sea sector, I am aware of it. Now, what is it? These two issues is that the sea sector has not been actually looked at, as apart from the Shagari administration, which all these companies were set up. The government has actually not come together to actually look at, yes, to give it the required push and the effort it's want to be, which I think we are now getting. And that is it, because when we are from mines, power and steel, we move to power and steel. What we have come to realize that unless the Ministry of Sea Development was created and make it that a minister now reports on his achievement on that particular activity, sea development was not given the required attention. And that is the crux of the matter. So on this note, I will also want us to appreciate the present administration for making it necessary to create the ministry. We in the sector, I would believe that this is one of the best things that has happened to the sea sector in Nigeria since it is establishment. That is this. And secondly, also now, the appointment of Prince Shuaibu Abubakar Audu as the Minister of Sea Development is also a very good thinking on stage we feel by the government, because when you look at it, what is the problem of the sea sector? I can say it's funding and management. If there is funding, there is management. The other one is regulation by government. But still development, still production is capital intensive. We now have others. We have steel companies in Nigeria that are producing steel products through melting of scrap, ingot, and something. And they are doing a little. They can't say they are not doing. They are doing better because they are getting products. They are getting profits. It is not easy for them, but they are thriving. If you go to Lagos, we have up to about 15 or 20. They are more than that before. They produce all kinds of profiles. They melt scrap. That is the only difference. But as a government, as a ministry, and then as the employer of creation of labor employment, we need to produce steel from raw material, from the abundant raw materials, which is iron ore, limestone, coal, and the rest. That will increase the employment generation for the country. That is why government is interested. And now, the Honorable Minister is an investment banker, international investment banker, and then the main problem that we're having, which is to synchronize the funding, I think that is what he is putting forward in. And then the mandate given to him by Mr. President is resuscitate Ajakuta. So I believe both politically and politically we are getting it right. So it's just for us now to sit down from the ministry and all the stakeholders and then see what we can do, and especially funding. and then the stakeholders, the Nigerian Meteorological Society, Nigerian Society of Engineers, all that are required, we'll put together and then we can develop the steel sector. I think I don't need to talk too much because we have not actually prepared, but just to let you know that this is what we are planning to do in the ministry. To add to it also what we have achieved, or we don't say achieved, but what the minister has been doing is to think out of the box now in developing Ajaokuta in particular. There is I think yesterday, within this week, because the government is trying to, through the Ministry of Work, there is a policy now, I think, to construct roads based on concrete roads. So the ministry is taking that advantage. If we are going to be constructing reinforced concrete roads, what the ministry wants to do is that roads that are to be constructed, we want to now catch that activity. That is what we are focusing on now. And that is one way to revive Ajaokuta. The amount of money that could be used to import those roads will now be sunk down. I think our minister was with Minister of Works recently, this week or last, after this election. And we are also the minister was also with the Minister of Defense, also for another way of getting around the Ajaokuta at the debacle. That is what he's trying to do. And that is it. We want to collaborate with agencies and government agencies, financial agencies, to see how we can do the products. It is a product that they want. We don't have the money. So if there is a way we can collaborate, get the money, put the structures in place, and then produce and give it to them, then we have a collaboration. In essence, that is the direction of the minister and the ministry regarding Ajaokuta and other sectors of the economy. The other training institute, we are also programmed for the training institute so that we develop the necessary manpower required to man the sector. Sorry for taking, I think that is just in a brief what the ministry is saying. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for him. While we were waiting for the director earlier on, I had asked the executive secretary if we have the minister's speech ready, and which we are all in tandem that yes, it was sent to the minister, but just like explained, in the ministry at times, so many things happen, and but surprisingly, if you look at the theme of this event, which is accelerating steel sector development in Nigeria, achieving zero corruption in procurement management. You agree with me that the director has spoken to that team. He actually has done justice to it. So we want to appreciate you and thank you very much for that wonderful speech. So also was what the chairman gave in the morning. Dr. Tony also did wonderfully well in that before the director's speech came on board to speak that. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. At this junction, we have a mini ceremony of handing over a plaque to the representative of the minister as a symbol of our appreciation, as well as a message to the minister that indeed Nigerians says that this government will ensure that Ajaokuta is working. It's on that note, sir. Now to please humbly invite the chairman, board of trustee of PEEF, the person of Engineer Abdallah Bukar, the executive secretary to join. And with all due honor again, sir, to please invite you to please receive the ES will present the award to so that the chairman can officially hand it over to him and with a brief speech, sir. With a brief speech. Yes, sir. Okay, maybe it can be that place. Sir. Yes. With a brief speech, and the minister will now declare the conference open.
Thank you very much. It is so refreshing to hear what the director has said. And it all gelled that you cannot develop as a country without addressing steel production. Yes, there are different ways government can participate in business. And if you do the right thing, you will get it. We've been blessed with previous investments, Najakuta and Alaja, and we must get them back to work. And what I hear is that the ministry is very able and ready to listen to any advice that will come, which will make it very fast so that the minister can score very well on his scorecard as set out in the retreat that the ministers and the president held, where they agreed to ensure that people perform in accordance with the, as we say, task and target they're given. We thank the director for taking the time to come, never mind the short notice, and coming out with it very well. And we would like to say that this foundation, which is made of professionals from all over the world, is always ready to help and to present what we think will be good for Nigeria and Nigerians, and then by implication, the whole of Africa. We thank the Honorable Secretary who has done his best to ensure that the ministry is well informed of what we are doing. And as has been said, this is our 7th conference. We've advised many ministries as well, and we are very happy to say this is one of them. Now, let no one make any mistake. One of the most important ministries is Ministry of Steel Development, because without steel, no development is possible. You mentioned what the Minister of Works, Engineer Umahi, has been saying about building roads. You go to Britain, you see all their motorways, they're built on concrete and steel, and they've been there for the last 70 years. So it is something that we need to address and do so that we don't have to keep repairing roads every day. You build them to last for a century, and they're there to serve you. The rail system, buildings, whatever you see, you need steel. So a very big load in this nation is put on you and your ministry. And we want you to convey the feelings of gratitude and availability to help to the minister for what is going to come in the future. And we wish him all success, just like we are sure you all wish us success. And if you look at the flyer that is with you, you will see the address of PEEF. So whoever is not yet a member and thinks that we are doing the right thing, please join us. Thank you very much. On behalf of the PEEF, I would like to hand this over to you as an appreciation of the Minister of Steel Development, his task and what he will do to this nation, and also to accept our humble proposals to be able to advise and lead to a good direction for our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yeah. Yes. On behalf of the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, and in particular the Minister of Mines and Steel Development, Prince Shuaibu Abubakar Audu, we want to appreciate the honor given to the ministry and the minister on this plaque, and also to assure the foundation that we will be glad and will be open to all suggestions and recommendations that this honorable foundation can offer. We are happy and proud to be associated with this foundation. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Mines and Steel Development, Prince Abubakar Shuaibu Abubakar Audu, I declare the 7th edition of the People's Expertise and Excellence Foundation annual conference open. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. of course, there will be group photograph. Yes, it's part of the program, sir. Yes, no, they will join you, sir. I think there's no need. Yes, I'm going to just invite others. Please, can you please join them so that we can have a group photograph, as well as, please, sir. Yes, sir. So that we can have a group photograph. Then, please. Yes. Hello, ma. Sorry, ma. Okay. Okay, sir. Yes. Okay. But you can still spread this way. Okay. No, I am saying that if we want to spread, you can come this way a little bit. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So the member of the press, you now have some leverage to please speak to some of our VIP when they go out. Of course, we have a tea break, and I'm also going to invite the member of the high table first to come. Can they come? 2 minutes. When I call them, can I come there now? Can they come? But you tried. You tried. And within a short notice, right? That's right.
Mr. Chairman, sir, Honorable Minister, sir, Mr. Chairman, Madam, you made a statement and you appeared sad. Let me make you happy. The women are represented in the steel sector. I just got a message. The head of commerce of Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited is a lady. She just sent a message that she and her procurement team are joining this meeting by Zoom.
So say hello to her.
The head of the Steel Township Development Authority, she's an architect. She's a woman. Are you happy now, sir? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, time for tea break. You can go this way, sir. Yes. Of course, we have quite a lot of people, like as I mentioned earlier, that are online. We have the sole administrator of Ajaokuta himself online, monitoring this event also, as well as several of the staff who are online. And several of our colleagues in the non-profit sectors are also online, joining this summit. Of course, you need to also know that we have a coalition that is called the CSO Coalition for the Revival of Ajaokuta in Nigeria. Majority of them are also online and monitoring development as they occur. Please, when the tea break is served, once they take, you can always come back, sir. This way, sir. This way. Hello, hello. Alima. Okay. Okay, sir. They have a way of Hello. Good afternoon.
I don't know their face.
They said the one that is speaking now. Those that want to speak, we put it on the podium for them.
That's engineer.
ABM.
Yes.
Okay, this engineer ABM. Okay, just come. Yes, left. That's what I'm saying. That it's not.
What this one?
Bring the rest. Good afternoon and welcome back from the tea break. From available information online, we have been receiving some comments from our online participants. One of the speakers, Chief Pascal Edwin, who's the Director General of the Bureau of Public. Hello, can we have one house, please? As he sent a message, can you please highlight that one? That about his inability to present at this time because he has some other engagement. However, we will be taking the paper one after the other as we start the technical session at this moment. Let me recognize the presence of Professor Samaila Mande, who is a very strong member of the PEEF Foundation and an active a visiting professor of the National Open University, the director. We also have in our midst a distinguished person who was described earlier on as a minister when there was no ministerial slots in Nigeria. Malam Al-Hassan Saleh Yamut. I'm sure when you call that name, a lot of people recognize him. He's currently the chairman of Instinct Resource Services Limited. So what we do have here, Mr. Chairman, the executive secretary, is that we have the public sector, the private sector, as well as the non-profit sector in attendance. Thank you very much. So I'm going to call the first speaker for this technical section, who will be speaking on the topic, Ajaokuta Steel and the Nigerian steel sector. After 40 years of attempt, what is the way forward? And nobody has been choosing to speak on this topic other than the director, the sole administrator of that Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited, who is ably represented here today by Alhaji Mohammed Ibrahim, a former general manager of the Ajaokuta Steel Company. And to discuss that paper, we have engineer Abdullah Hisani, a member of Unique Worldwide, who is also here in Nigeria. But again, most importantly, to chair that session, we have Dr. Lola Maboguje, whom I'll be handing over the microphone to at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in line with existing protocol, I will not go back on it. I'd like to introduce to us the topic which was done by the chairman of the local organizing committee, Ajaokuta Steel and Nigeria sector. After 40 years, the way forward. And Alhaji Mohammed El Ibrahim, who is a former chairman of Ajaokuta Steel Rolling Mill, would be the one to present the topic to us. So can we identify the speaker? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And can we have one house, sir? Sir? Sorry. And the person to discuss it is Engineer Abdullah Sani from Suyuznik, Nigeria. Can we identify him? Maybe we need to move closer together. What's your thought? Alaji, do you think you want to say to him? Huh? Is that okay? You want to stay there? Okay, perfect. And then the rapporteur would be Yusuf Abdullahi Umar and Seminu Serkin Daji. Can we identify them if they're in the hall? Thank you very much. So I'll pass on the microphone to the speaker. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Minister who has just left in absentia, the Executive Secretary, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me use this medium to thank the organizers of this conference and to appreciate their sense of patriotism. The topic for this conference is important because the present administration has just started, and discussions like this, I'm sure, will guide their actions and acts. The Ajaokuta steel plant is a topic that is a motive and that has generated a lot of interest. We've tried to put our thoughts together, and we hope that at the end of this discussion, we'll have an understanding of what Ajaokuta is, where the problems, and what we think we should be doing. The first slide has an outline of the paper. Starting with the importance of steel in nation building is something that we all know. Steel production, as we all know, remains very distinct and a mark that distinguishes the developed nation, or what we call the first and third world. It is also something that has divided the rich and the poor. History has shown that no country has ever become rich by exporting its raw material. But today in our country, Nigeria, what we do best is export our raw materials at the detriment of our development. And steel has suffered that same fate. In development concepts of the world, industry multiply national wealth. And that is what steel stands for. The gap between the developed and less developed nation has been a product of technological and scientific superiority of the developed nation. The developed nations are industrialized nations. Industrialization is driven by technology, innovation, and technology is driven by steel. The project Ajaokuta, as some of us who are in the industry know, sits on a land which is about 24,177 hectares, a greenfield land. The steel plant itself is built on 800 hectares of land on a 3-platform formation, that is to the building engineers and civil engineers, which dovetailed into the river bank of the river Niger. The essence, of course, is because we need water. Therefore, there's a vast land for expansion into the second and the third phases of the plant. The steel plant has 61.6 kilometers of road network 68.2 kilometers of industrial rail network, 26.6 kilometers of underground cable tunnel that carries cables for the operations of various machines that are within the steel plant. Of course, we have housing estates that takes care of human habitation. So the environment is a steel city with complete urban facilities such as water for human consumption, banks, hospitals, naval outposts for security, fire brigade, police, immigration, state security services, schools, medical services, markets, and the like. The concept of the steel plant is that it was designed in 3 phases. That's phase 1, which is 1.3 million tons, phase 2, 2.6 million tons, phase 3, 5.3 million tons. The development of the plant is still in its first phase, even though some of the facilities that are common to the 2 phases, to the 3 phases, are in place. The present phase, which is the first phase of 1.3 million tons, is estimated to be over 98% technically ready as at 1994. That is, the readiness is by weight of equipment that has been installed and the steel structure as per original design that have been erected before the contract with TH from Export TPE was determined in 1996. It was conceived and steadily developed with the vision of erecting a metallurgical process plant engineering complex. This is how the Indians developed their steel plant. While they were developing their plant, they were putting pool of people who have developed key expertise to form an engineering, and that is what gave birth to what we call today the Mekong of India. It was intended to be the springboard for Nigeria's industrialization. It is also intended to generate upstream, downstream industrial economic activities critical to the diversification of the national economy in the country, which is intended to develop the various phases of our industrial economy. The reason the steel plant is aptly the bedrock of Nigeria's industrialization. The historical background of the steel sector, the steel company is known to all. It is situated in Ajakuta Steel Company, Ajakuta in Kogi State, and is 38 kilometers away from Lokoja, the state capital. It was conceived in 1958 under the defunct National Steel Development Authority, NSDA. But following the enactment of Decree 60 in 1979, the federal government, under Section 2 of the decree, created Ajakuta Steel Company Limited, Delta Steel Company, and the three inland ruling. Let me emphasize here, in this country, Nigeria, we have only two steel plants. Only two steel plants. The Ajakuta Integrated Steel Plant and the Delta Steel Plant. The others are rolling mills. A lot of times we misunderstand and say Ajakuta rolling mill. We don't have anything called Ajakuta rolling mill. It is an integrated steel plant. Please let's note that. In 1979, the federal government formally signed a global contract for the construction and erection of the steel plant with Messrs. TH from Export of Russia. In a nutshell, the steel plant has had a checkered history, like we all know, that has given birth to its present travails 40 years down the line with the following timelines. In 1958, of course, the conceptualization began. In 1971, we had the National Steel Development Authority was established, which was to be responsible for exploration for raw materials, mining, and the development and design of equipment and supplies. In 1973, TH from Export TPE of Russia signed an agreement for preliminary project study on the establishment of iron and steel industry in Nigeria, following discovery of suitable iron ore resources within what we call Kaba, Okene, Lokoja, Kotokarfe axis. The iron ore belt spreads from Itakwe right across to Kaba and crosses the riverbed into Bassa area where we call Bata area. There's a huge iron ore belt. In 1977, Nigeria received from the Russian company a complete detailed project report. 1979, the National Steel Development Authority was formally dissolved and it created the various steel companies as mentioned. In 1980, a civil engineering agreement was signed with Wilfinger Berger, which we call B+B, to merge huge roads for civil works of the steel plant. And of course, some experts believe that is one of the beginning of the problem of the development of the steel plant. The Western world took the development of the civil work, the Eastern Bloc took the development and supply of the equipment. By 1980, President Shehu Shagari of blessed memory laid the foundation stone of the steel plant. In 1983, let me emphasize, in 1983, President Shehu Shagari commissioned the light section rolling mill. One of the mills, Ajakuta has 4 of them. That is why we call it integrated steel plant. So one of the 4 rolling mills was commissioned in 1983 by President Shehu Shagari. Please note, he laid the foundation stone in 1980. He commissioned the first of the rolling mills in 1983. In 1984, General Tunde Diagbon of blessed memory commissioned the second rolling mill, which is the wire rod mill. Between 1980 and 1983, the construction and erection of the steel plant stood at 84%. And in 2000, TP was engaged by the federal government to carry a technical audit assessment of the steel plant, the first since construction started. By 2010, Reprom Nigeria Limited was also engaged to do another round of technical assessment. And in 2018, the current management of the steel plant carried out another assessment, and the result showed that though the plant facilities are technically intact and not obsolete, there was a drop of status 0.7% from 98%, and that was 2010. The significant aspect of this is this: just like the former managing director of Delta Steel said, obsolete. Some of us try to study the word obsolete. Engineering is not obsolete. There is no engineering from our studies that is engineering is engineering. So when you talk about something being obsolete, it means you don't really understand the concept of engineering. From 1983 onwards, some of the computer production units had been operated at one time or the other. The light section mill, for example, the wire rod mill, the thermal power plant, the engineering works, the water facility, the power facility, etc., they have all been operated at one point or the other. It is therefore important to state here that despite the 40-year challenge, the steel plant is largely intact, technically sound. This is not to say it will not require upgrades, especially in areas of automation and controls. As we all know, the technology adopted for Ajakuta steel plant is the blast furnace technology, basic oxygen furnace, BOF. This technology has remained the most acceptable applied technology in iron making process. This is because it is most established, energy efficient, capability of processing even the lowest grades of iron ore, flexible in operation, and adaptable to modernization. Just like we had today, so many developed countries are still building blast furnaces. So why are they telling you that your own is obsolete? Except if they are telling us that their own engineering is different from the conventional engineering that is known at the world over. Most advanced nations use it, and statistics shows that crude steel production through the process of blast furnace is 71% as at 2022, the world over. That is to say, 71% of crude steel produced in the world today is via blast furnace. So why is your own obsolete? This shows the technology of blast furnace cannot be obsolete, as some people assert. The technology provided by the Russian builders is robust, rugged, and designed with 25% safety factors. Similar of such plants are in Ukraine and in Russia and some other countries, and they are still standing today. In fact, India, Ukraine, China, South Korea have built new blast furnaces in recent times. And in 2015 here, for instance, Indonesia built a new blast furnace at its Krakatau steel plant. The increase in the adaptation of the blast furnace technology as ours shows clearly, like I said earlier on, that Ajaokuta steel plant technology is still relevant in today's steel technology. As pointed out, the plant facilities are generally intact and in good condition as attested by the various technical assessment audits carried out by both foreign and local experts. However, some degree of deterioration of control cables, electrical cables, instrumentations, and plastic components due to exposure and aging will need attention and upgrade. As at this moment, 40 out of the 42 plant units of the steel plant are completed, though idle. Policy challenges, the bane of steel development. The story of Ajaokuta steel plant is a reflection of what has happened to other previously government-owned completed steel production mills and plants, by extension, the entire steel sector. The following previously government-owned steel companies, even though completed, operated, and privatized, are still not functioning. Delta Steel Company, Jos Steel Rolling Mill, Katsina, Oshogbo, the Aluminium Smelter, they are all idle. The above entities were privatized since 2005. Some have not operated for even once. Why? The problems of Ajaokuta steel plant can be adduced to policy failures and lack of commitment to national goals and aspirations. This challenge is replicated across all other major national investments and development. In 1994, at the peak of activity in the plant, with a timeline for completion of the steel company in sight, the TPE were forced to leave due to the non-payments and lack of policy direction by the government. Let me explain here, sir. At this point, Engineer Madaga will bear me witness. The Russian Federation had collapsed, and the Russians were looking for ways of paying some gratuity pensions to some of the experts that participated in the erection and development of the steel plant. And the Nigerian government said they had no money. But surprisingly and sadly, they evolved what they call a debt buyback. Sold the Russian debt to some people, and shortly after the sale of that Russian debt to some people, the government that said it had no money woke up and paid the full value of that money to the people that bought the debt. And yet, we said we had no money to give the Russians to complete the steel plant. Subsequently, the global contract was determined in 1996 through a cloudy debt buyback agreement. This was when the whole steel development plan and efforts got derailed. Subsequent efforts were either half-heartedly done or deliberately skewed not to work. The policy of mining raw materials for export without value addition, as encouraged by those who keep our productive sector down because they need the raw material to export, is counterproductive to national development. And this took the sail off efforts to develop raw materials roadmap for steel industry, especially as Ajaokuta steel plant. The privatization policy used to sustain the steel plants and others threw up its own challenges, as all efforts put in ended up in complicating development and operation of the steel plant. All the concession agreements with Solgas, Global Steel failed because they were skewed in favor of concessionaires, leading to losses and arbitration payouts by Nigeria. Proper due diligence and checks on would-be investors are usually done haphazardly due to political pressures and interests. Lack of political will is a key challenge because apart from the late Shehu Shagari-led administration, all successive governments paid lip service to the development of the steel sector. Even when studies and reports such as the Vision 2020 midwife by government, which clearly gave a defined roadmap for the development of the steel plant and the steel industry, were all jettisoned. Let me also add, the MD of Delta Steel is here. And I don't want to make him sadder. Delta Steel was being processed for privatization. I remember one company bidded for $25 million, another bidded for about $20 million. And a company that claimed to have been part and parcel of the process of managing or developing or assisting Delta Steel to develop bidded $5 million. Am I right, sir? While the process was going on, a letter came from the villa, stop the privatization, and the company was just handed over. This is the kind of policy somersault that we have had all this while. And this is one of the things that has led to the Kumaso status of not just Ajaokuta, not just Delta Steel, but almost all the investment of government. Another policy challenge is the influence of Western financial institutions that has given great drawbacks on the development of the steel plant. We know the efforts made by the World Bank and the IMF in this direction. Let me also emphasize here, sir. We have agents in high position of government, in cabinet position. In fact, there was a period in this country that some ministers of cabinet were sponsoring editorials in newspapers. On Wednesday, which is FEC meeting, editorials will appear and they will carry the newspapers to Federal Executive Council to convince their colleagues on the need to make sure that either Ajaokuta or Delta Steel don't work. Sad, I'm sure you see. Poor and unstructured funding as well as complicated bureaucracy in government business is a huge drawback, as the business of steel production and development requires robust and efficient bureaucratic framework for an organized delivery of service related to engineering and production. Of course, the next slide, you will see what the steel industry is all about. The benefits, of course, we have the critical national development, access, technology growth, skill acquisition, infrastructure development, wealth creation, employment, and so on and so forth. It also benefits our defense system. We can have defense cells for armament, infrastructure development, and so on and so forth. Let me, of course, you are saying we're following them. Way forward. The steel industry is a complex, capital intensive, but when we look at countries that have developed their sectors, they had one, resilience, two, long-term and focused national planning. Remember, our country has jettisoned national planning till today. Three, patriotic and disciplined leadership. Four, policies. Their policies are technically guided rather than political consideration. Five, they had strengthened regulatory compliance policies. The way forward must therefore encapsulate these 5 elements for Ajaokuta Steel Company and other steel industry to develop. in trying to find a way forward in the past, several efforts like the concession, of course, like I said, they failed. In all these attempts, the nation must therefore look critically at its policy and ensure that 3 distinct components of the steel plant are developed simultaneously: the physical plant, the raw materials, the infrastructure links, that's the railway and others. The completed units can use the backward integration process, put them into operation to generate engineering and operational activity. We can partner with the Russians on government to government because they are the original builders and they have the engineering blueprint, but it must be based on bilateral relationship. Of course, we need to upgrade some of the plant facilities, especially because of modernization of controls and this, and make sure that Delta, Nyonko Itakwe is also put back on track. If we must do privatization or concession, of course, we should adopt models that are transparent, and the policies must have no political interferences to succeed. We can adopt the POSCO steel approach. It started as a government steel plant. It developed, and they began their privatization process in phases. And as of today, the POSCO, the Korean government still owns 20% of, which is one of the policies Engineer Madaga was proposing to government, and it was never heeded to. Of course, recently in 2019, the Nigerian government went back to the Russians, and I think if they continue, especially with the recent visit of the Vice President in July 2023 to Moscow, we may have a headway. We can adopt the LNG approach, and of course, the chairman of the session is saying my time is up, but in the end, when you follow the presentation, I'm sure you have the general framework for our way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We give him a better round of applause, Ahmed. At least give us an understanding of what the steel mill is about. There's going to be more questions for him that I don't understand. Can we have the discussant? Engineer Abdullah Isani, you have, I think, about 10 minutes. Let's try and keep time because it's part of, it's only, mine is 5 minutes, it's only. No, please. Okay. Okay, then, so can we try and keep time so that people can understand the essence of what we are here?
Okay. Okay. You have Good afternoon, everybody. The presenter has actually digested everything about Ajaokuta. All I need to do here is to bring out the gray areas. The gray areas, why we are not making it as a country, and why Ajaokuta Steel Development or Ajaokuta Steel Complex that started 79, that is practically, the idea was actually launched in 1958. We started putting something on ground around 1979/80. That's 21 years after, or 21 or 22 years after. That alone has told us that we don't even know what steel industry mean. So, but the importance actually, if we are to talk about the importance, is in our own country, we don't know the importance of steel. As we are speaking now, we don't still know about it. And it is a shame on us because the next generation, if we are not able to do anything, it is going to contribute to the development, the lack of development in this country. So let me just give you an example of how industrialized countries started their steel industry. As far back as 1800, people are already talking of steel industry in advanced countries. The America as we have it today, their own was 1880-1910. America has already achieved 24 million tons of steel per annum. That's America, right? Then when we talk of Russia, they all started around 1800. As at 2022, Russia recorded 71.5 million tons of steel per annum. As we speak, China has exceeded 100 million tons per annum. Then in Nigeria, we are talking of, when we talk of the Ajaokuta, I don't want to talk about the land mass, all that has been constructed in Ajaokuta that is lying fallow for 40 years. If we want to talk about that, I think we are going to get out of this place with our hands bent down, because if you go to Ajaokuta, I don't know how many of you have been to Ajaokuta here. I visited Ajaokuta as far back 1983 before I left for Russia. As at then, every faces, like the township, the light mill was commissioned when I was there. I was working at the production section. That was 100% completed then because it rolled out roads before I left this country. Now, from the lecture given so far, we heard that the first phase of Ajaokuta is 1.3 million per annum. 1.3 million per annum. Then the second phase is supposed to be 2.6, while the third phase is 5.2. This is very, very negligible when you talk of the global need for iron and steel. I know I told you just now, China has exceeded 100 million. Nigeria is still crawling to be able to make 1.2 million. And over 40 years of the plant being on ground, we've not been able to do like even 100,000. So I think for the younger ones who are here, you should listen very well. Because when you talk of industrialization, when you talk of development, when you talk of getting there, Nigeria has not started. We have not started. And it is a very sorry state for our country. Then when you have not started something, you cannot say you can be self-sufficient. Because as of today, one of our speakers told us that the Indians are here in Nigeria buying scraps and producing steel. Whereas we have raw material, we have river, we have even constructed a railway station, railway lines. We have about 6 or 7 rolling mills in the country. Then Adelaja is in a sorry state. Ajaokuta cannot start. It is comatose. And as we are here today, the government representatives that are supposed to hear this information, take this information, were invited, and unfortunately they are not here. Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. So, on behalf of the government, you give our information to them. I would have expected to see Senate Committee on Steel. We sent a letter to Barrister Natasha. She's not here. She has been a member of our movement, our committee, to get Ajaokuta, to revive Ajaokuta before she became a senator. So I didn't know why. I've tried my best to reach her, but I couldn't. So then the technology, I just want to, because I don't want to repeat what my knowledgeable presenter has said. I'll just go to the key areas. Let's talk about the technology. When somebody talk about obsolete, technology of Ajaokuta cannot be obsolete. If you know the history of why the Russia came in to build Ajaokuta, when Russia was practicing communism, and America and Russia have this kind of monopoly, or especially America, they didn't want us to have steel. So Russia took it as a challenge to give us steel, and they gave us the best. So that's why you cannot even talk of obsolete. Russia, after building the Ajaokuta, Russia left spare parts that can last maybe for 5 years. It was well built. We saw the rolling mill, how it worked, the wire rods, then the blast furnace, which we are talking about, is to 98% complete. On this 98% complete, I just want to talk about it, why we should have a sober reflection over it. I, as an engineer, actually came back 89. I did my service corps in just steel rolling mill at the production section, and we were rolling out rods, 25 mm, different types of sizes, which I actually, as a young graduate from secondary school, was doing in Ajaokuta before I left for Russia. Coming back after 6 years with a master's degrees, I happened to work in just steel rolling mill. That one too is gone. It's no more working, privatized and standstill. When you say Ajaokuta is 98% completed, and in the whole country, we have so many engineers that were trained in Russia. So many professors among us, metallurgy, read metallurgy, some read mechanical engineering, and the rest of it. Okay, so all these 98, these 2%, we've not been able to solve it for more than 40 years. It is very, very shameful. Okay, so let me, because of time, I don't know why we're so, we're not magnanimous with time. I have a recommendation to make. That's going to be my own conclusion. So my own recommendation to the government is that we should declare a state of emergency on steel if we want to do anything at all. If we really want to start making steel, iron and steel, we want to make it, because we have the raw material, we have everything already there in Ajaokuta. If anybody wants to make an excursion to Ajaokuta, it will take you more than 3 hours to be able to go around and see the facilities. The vice president went to Russia of recent, discussing with the Russians on steel. And unfortunately, even the vice president does not even know Ajaokuta. How do you go to advanced country to discuss what you don't even know, what you don't even know of? Okay, you must have some aids that have been there, but he has to be there. So I am using this medium to talk to the presidency to at least organize the presidency and the Senate to organize a visit, because we're talking of industrialization. These are the pioneers, these are the pivots of the country. They should please go to Ajaokuta and see things for themselves. I think maybe that will reawaken the awareness of these our leaders, so that we should know where we are going. I'm very sure if the oil we are tapping dries up today, everybody will visit Ajaokuta. Yes, I'm very sure of that. Because we see where we are fetching water from. Everybody is taking things for free. That is why we are neglecting Ajaokuta. If not, I'm very sure that the whole of this country will want to know what is in Ajaokuta. So I think I don't want to take much more time. I think they are already telling me that my time is over. I would have had much to say, but there's no time. Today, Russia says iron and steel over $25,000, $25 billion in export. Having more than 30 plants, which is bigger than Ajaokuta 3 times at each of them. And we are here talking about 1.2 tons, 1.2 million tons per annum, and we cannot produce 100,000. It's a very shameful thing on us. I think I have to stop here because I don't want to take all out.
You have already taken it.
Going into the question and answer sessions now.
Sorry. Okay. Because of other speakers, we still have
Because
about 3 minutes.
people may want to ask
Yeah,
questions. Can we ask those 3? Because they would forget. Can we just take 3 so that who would like to ask them a question, please? Can we take I can't see any hands up. Did I hear yes? Only one person? Okay, and I'd like to start, if I'm selfish, can you differentiate for us between the still and the rolling mill? We really need to be very clear of that. And then the other person will take his questions so that you can take us together. I would like to have those basic information from you. Yeah.
Yes, I'm interested in the question that Momi have also asked. And beyond that, Raymond Enoch, I'm the publisher of Paradigms Online News. It's not a media question I want to ask. I want to talk about the importance of the subject matter on the table. Now, this is the 7th edition of the PEEF conference, and it is coming at a time when the heat of the discussion on the overall importance of Ajaokuta rolling mill is to the country. And having been a student of history, I understand what industrialization means to a country and the importance of iron and steel is to a country. Now, thank God we had a representative of the minister here, and PEEF is raising these important issues in our national life beyond the rhetoric and for national interest. Where do we go from here? Because if we don't really get it right at this point, now that we have a ministry really just focused on steel development, I think something is wrong somewhere. So that's what my question is posed to ask.
So thank you very much. I think those are the 2. I didn't see any hands raised. So please, can you help us so that we can, from a layman's person,
Mr. Chairman, on a lighter mood, Madam, me na Turinchi are here. And they said, if you have a chef that is known to be the best, let him cook the food, sir.
in the layman's language.
Yes. When a plant is named integrated steel plant, what it means is that it has the capacity to process iron ore, which is the minerals from ground, into steel. A rolling mill cannot do that. What a rolling mill does for its own input as raw material instead of iron ore is what we call steel billet. Now, the steel billet is a semi-finished product of the integrated steel plant. So which means, in essence, is that a rolling mill depends on the integrated steel plant to survive. So in Nigeria, basically, the integrated steel plant is supposed to be the foundation for steel industry. Then on top of it, you have what you call mini steel plants, those who manufacture steel from scrap, which you all mentioned. Then on top of it, you have the rolling mills. So when the foundation is destroyed, nothing can survive. So the people who are strategic in destroying our industrialization, they make sure that the two steel plants, the two integrated steel plants are destroyed. And they also technically confuse people and call those steel plants steel rolling mills instead of integrated steel plants. And I have to say that Ajaokuta is only one of the 33 plants in the whole world constructed by the same person that is not working. And some of these steel plants, they have now been expanded to 5.2 million to 7.2 million. Similar plants that were built about the same time. They have been expanded 3 times fourfold. So anybody saying that Ajaokuta is obsolete does not actually understand what is obsolescence. Thank you very much.
You want the summary? Oh,
No, that's your work.
Okay, sir. You didn't raise your hand when people were raising hands. We said 2 questions. Okay, can you make the question to the point? No, just your question. Just a question. Please, just a question. Don't go into stories.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please, okay, straight to the point.
Yeah.
The question is on the inhabitants of Ajaokuta community. Can it be discussed side by side with the revival? Because I could remember in the late 70s and early 80s, there was this resettlement scheme because of the pollution that might arise from the construction itself. But up to now, I think those people are there, not resettled. So is it after the revival, so to say, of the state complex that you now talk of the resettlement, or can it be discussed all together? Because I think it's equally important so that we don't have problem of
Thank you very much for raising this question. Nostalgia. May the soul of my boss rest in peace. The father of the Minister of Steel was my boss. I was his head of protocol. The issue of the resettlement of the communities within Ajaokuta, like it happened in Delta Steel, was part of the development process of the steel company. I don't want to drag to a long story. It also goes back to what I had said earlier on. Our policy management system destroys development. The policy of this country says when you have a project, national or state, the issue of resettlement belongs to the state. I remember it was then Kwara State. There were 3 phases of the settlement, and the first phase was paid for, I think it has to do with crops, trees, and what have you. The second phase was the full settlement, moving the communities to a place. The government then released money to Kwara State government. I remember General Alwali Kazir was the governor of Kwara State then. And shortly after that, Kogi State was created. And a part of Kogi State, where the steel plant is situated, happens to come from Kwara end. And hurriedly, contracts were awarded at a site we call Kilometer 18. and foundation stone were laid, blah, 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 and things like that. Of course, Kwara went to SDP, Kogi went to NRC, politics came into it. On our way to Ilorin to discuss access issues, we were involved in an accident and my governor almost died. That was the end of the story. So, sir, subsequently, efforts have been made. It is an issue of the state government and the federal government. It is not just really about the steel company. And I'm not saying that the steel company cannot provide community social responsibility and things like that. I remember when Oga and Co had been to Delta State several times. We've been to the traditional rulers around there. I followed Mr. Kess and Madam and John Omohiomo, who were then head of PR and things like that. So, for your information, sir, recently, sorry, sir, Madam, I'm their in-law. Recently, I remember I did a paper for some of the elders of the community on this matter, and I'm aware they are trying to see the new minister on the issue. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the team that did justice to the issue of steel rolling mill. I appreciate your passion. You love the steel mill very passionately and you want it to work. And it came out very visibly from the way you spoke. That's why I was unable to stop you, because you were speaking with all your emotion. So I appreciate that. The key things I could take away, because I was struggling to understand, was the first one was the misnomer of the names to confuse people like me. So I keep getting confused, rolling mill and all. And the key points are that steel is very important to our nation building. It is almost similar to the oil that we are all running after, that if we could build on the steel, it's a means of job empowerment, providing funding, a lot of things will be open. They also used a word that still divides North and South. I always use that word, North and South. The North for me are the North is above all of us, and the South. And it's also a clear between rich and poor. He gave a beautiful history of the steel integrated, how do you want me to be calling it? I want to use the right name from henceforth. The integrated steel plant. They gave a beautiful history of it and what went wrong. It's all about a system failure for this country. It is not just the steel, it's an entire failure of our whole system. Because if in 40 years, a child cannot be on his own, working, doing things, and looking after others, it's the same system failure we're experiencing that the whole nation is experiencing now. They told us about the countries that has done well. The history shows a governance failure and a leadership failure across. It's a governance and leadership failure. So those are the brief I could take into it. And all throughout, they kept using words to confuse me and you. First was the misnomer of the name, then about using the word things are obsolete. Actually, I've had that word obsolete many times. And I felt it, well, obsolete means it doesn't work again. But today I'm living clearly here, knowing that engineering things does not become obsolete, particularly in the area of steel, and that the blast furnace is still acceptable across the world. A lot was said about privatization, which I have described it as a system failure to all of us. And he gave a beautiful way forward, which I would want us to look critically at, because we have a challenge and we all know the challenge. The challenge of the steel rolling mill is the same challenges faced by every sector in Nigeria. It's not peculiar to the steel. It's also the same with the health system, education. Every system can identify those governance issues. The whole problem of this country is a governance failure. It's governance and leadership. So he spoke about resilience. Do we really have resilience in this country? It's been broken. Our resilience is gone. We used to have a beautiful resilience before, but it's all gone. Planning. If you don't plan, he talked about a way forward, having a good plan. Most of the time, we do things ad hoc. You put 2 or 3 people together that will never attend a meeting. On the last day, they provide a plan that the 2 of them think it's okay, that we should go by. If you don't plan, then you are going to fail. And like I said, it's the whole system. Patriotism, you mentioned it. It's a mindset issue. I'm sure Dr. Rabiu saw me. I'm always talking about the problem of this nation. It's a mindset problem. And to change our mindset, I'm so happy I sat next to Mr. Larry today. I hope PEEF will take it up. Changing a mindset from the nursery, incorporating it into the way we think, and having a curriculum to change our mindset. Nothing can change except to change the mindset of the Nigerian nation, that we need to love this country more than ourselves. It's greater than all of us put together. He talked about policy, beautiful policies and technical guide. I can tell you, still has good policies, but I don't see policy as an issue for Nigeria. I see implementation of policy as a big issue, and then strengthening regulation. Are you sure there's no regulation, but it's implementing the regulation? And he wants a state of emergency to be declared for steel. So those who agree that we should have a state of emergency declared on the issue of steel can raise up their hand. Let's see. The ayes have it. I support that. And the same thing with the discussant tried to bring up to us, and we hope that the communique that will be developed will highlight this issue, and that we too will support PEEF to work to the Senate and make sure things are done on this meeting. It will take us time. Some things I did 6 years ago, my brother Arabi has just told me that they will start reviewing it. Never late to change this country. We would move on still. Dr. Rabiu, I'm putting my strength in now into the still. I've understood it today, and I thank you for bringing me here, because I didn't understand what. So, hand over. I really didn't understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Can we please put our hands together for the team again? Both the speaker, the discussant, as well as the chair of that session. Thank you very much for raising such issues. And I'm glad that the media and the civil society are still here. There are some fundamental issues that were raised earlier on. I hope you take care of them, take note of them. One is the fact that Ajaokuta is not obsolete. I've read so many articles. We've tried to fight over time that to justify the fact that Ajaokuta, you've heard it from the horse's mouth. It's not a horse, but you've heard it from a. Secondly, again, that of all the 33 plants worldwide, if I'm right, that was established by the same nation, which is Russia, if I'm correct, only Ajaokuta is not working. This is news for you. And I think government need to be aware of all those very important issues, and including what the chairman also said about taking home. So this is the job for the media. You heard when Dr. Mabuguje was reflecting on what Dr. Adebayo said about being patriotic in all that we do. Let's try to appreciate our country and as well project those things that promote what we have naturally. Thank you very much once again for that beautiful. The time is gone, but of course these are very important sections that we cannot win. Our next topic, let me be sure that Chief Pascal Egwim is still online. He's supposed to present the next paper. On the topic, Ajaokuta still, and no, sorry. Sorry. Combating procurement corruption and fraud risk in Nigerian sector, which is supposed to be chaired by the chairman of ICPCP. Unfortunately, he's not here. Even though we have reached out to them severally, we're expecting that he will have sent a representative. However, I will be standing in by discussing that paper because we are also into anti-corruption and we relate to them quite a lot. So Chief Pascal is it on? Okay. Okay, Chief Pascal asked to unmute. Okay, hello, can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. We also have Mr. Arinze Odua.
I'm going to PS.
Arinze Odua is the discusser. Chief Odua.
We are parked here there.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now we have Mr. John Balogun. Mr. John Balogun as the rapporteur. Thank you very much. Hello, if I have your audience, I'm going to call on Chief Pascal Egwim, who is the Director General. Hello, engineer. Oh my God. Engineer Sani. Engineer Abdallah Sani, can we please have an audience? Tell the audience, please. Please. Alhaji Mohammed, sir. No, not you. We want to have audience on there. Okay, please. I'm going to invite Chief Pascal Egwim, who is the Director General of the Bureau of Public Procurement, Imo State. He's going to speak with us from Imo State online. And I hope you will just be identified while the discussant, Mr. Arinze, will also be talking to us online from his point of view. Chief Pascal, if you are on, you have the paper, you have the floor.
Yeah.
You can go on, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly, we can hear you. Turn on the mic.
Okay, I want to stand on the existing protocol. But before I go on, I want to recognize my two mentors who are there with you. Alhaji
Hello. Hello, Chief. Hello, Chief Egwim.
Full-time mentors. I recognize you, sir. The paper is not on.
No, the network from your end is faulty. I think you may have.
Yes.
Yes. If you just move from the current position and adjust, perhaps it will be clearer. Okay, we're waiting for you, sir.
You push my papers in because of network.
Okay, sir. Yes, we are listening, sir. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, go on, please, sir.
Yeah, my presentation. Procurement, and then do an overview of the process, and then look at the integration of the state sector value chain with the procurement value chain. and attempt to provide solutions, practical solutions to procurement fraud and risks. And then recommendations, summary and conclusion. That's the outline of my presentation. Now, what is procurement? According to Wikipedia, procurement can be defined as the entire process involved in the acquisition of goods, works, and services at the best possible total cost of ownership in the right quantity, quality, and at the right time, in the right place, for the direct benefit or use of government, corporation, or individuals, generally via a contract with the aim of achieving value for money. That's the Wikipedia version of procurement definition. My own perspective of procurement, I see procurement as a value chain where experts from various disciplines come and play significant roles by bringing their expertise and experience together as a professional team for the successful delivery of a project on schedule and within budget. It involves the consideration of the logistics infrastructure requirements, health, safety, environment, and security, and waste management challenges along the value chain. It is therefore not the exclusive reserve of any one discipline, but requires special training to acquire the relevant skills and competencies. That's my perspective of procurement. Now, the procurement and supply value chain, it starts from the pre-bidding stage. Procurement planning based on proper needs assessment. And what does this involve? It involves opportunity framing, peer review, and stakeholder buy-in, options analysis, final detailed designs, drawings, specifications, and detailed work scope, bills of quantities and BEME, bills of engineering measurements and evaluation. We also look at source of funds, budget appropriation, availability, and release. Preparation of the bidding documents, which includes final design, detailed work scope and specifications, final drawings, BOQs, BEME, terms of reference, expression of interest, and request for proposal in the case of consultancy services. At the bidding stage, we go into tendering, which involves advertisements in at least 2 Nigerian newspapers and tenders journal. Transparent qualification, bid submission, bid evaluation, tender board, Federal Executive Council, and State Executive Council approvals. The next is contract award and contract signing. At the post-bidding stage, we talk about project execution, flag off, and mobilization to site, contract administration, which includes claims, variations, augmentation, interim certificates, and payment of invoices. And then we move into project monitoring after the contract award, project monitoring and evaluation. And finally, we carry out post-project implementation review or audit. Potential risks for corrupt practices along the value chain. What sort of potential risks and gaps exist for corrupt practices to occur at key decision points in the value chain, and which, if not mitigated, can lead to huge value erosion? Please note that the examples that I give clear to any environment. They can be admissible for the procurement value chain at all. They are mainly generic. The common assumption is that corruption only occurs during the tender process. This is not correct. Can actually take the track or project life cycle. Here are some common examples. At project constructed in a very small and remote city is selected. An airstrip, the chief executive responsible for approving the project, has been bribed by the intended contractor or owns the property where it will be constructed, or owns or intends to buy a private plane, which he intends to be landing there. At the project planning and design approval stage, the project owner can bribe a government official or the relevant building codes and regulations. You can see examples, so many examples of collapsed buildings in this, and the designers can comply. In a single source contract where there is no competition at all, the selected contract is very high cost, which would a procurement official may a design contractor is. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was saying that a procurement official may bribe a design engineer to specify a supplier company, which is secretly owned by the official. And the design contractor pays bribe to the project engineer to conceal any design defects. In preparing a work scope or bill of quantities, an engineer may overspecify or increases the scope of work in the tender document, knowing fully well that a lesser scope is actually required to deliver the works. And then shares the risk scope with a preferred contractor who tenders for the risk scope at a reduced price, away the contract while the price that our price appointment of a first or it relation and risk contractors. Contractors agree with their colleagues to bid for the project. Bidders agree on winner pays the bid price, the bid cost, or an agreed sum to the losers. Again, a group of vendors may collude to fix a minimum price for material supplied. Technical pre-qualification. Evaluation criteria not made clear to bidders upfront. Evaluation criteria intentionally designed and tailored to favor a preferred contractor and to disqualify other bidders. All technical and capability evaluation requirements not disclosed to all bidders in the tender document. Financial and commercial bid evaluation. Contractor bribes procurement officer to change his bid or change his rates and prices after tender has been opened. The procurement officer introduces new technical and capability criteria to disqualify the lowest bidder after financial bids have been opened. Now, we must know that all technical and capability issues must be determined at the pre-qualification stage prior to opening of financial bids. After financial bids have been opened, you cannot turn around to disqualify a contractor who has scaled through the technical accountability test based on some new and undisclosed technical and post-award projects. Contractor may bribe project supervisor and remove from site good quality equipment after they have been inspected and pre-mobilized, and then replaces them with reconditioned, substandard, and also insufficient number of equipment. Again, contractor deploys a lower rated or low cost equipment rather than highly rated, highly priced equipment put in at the tender stage. Contractor bribes project engineer to approve and issue certificate for defective or incomplete works, or to approve fraudulent claims for payment. A rental contractor bribes a supervisor to falsify equipment availability records by marking equipment as available when it is indeed not on site. Are you still with me? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Are you still with me?
Yes.
The project sponsor bribes project engineer not to approve the contractor's payment and claims. The project engineer may demand bribe to certify work done and monies due to contractor. Project sponsor dishonestly delays payment of contractor invoice and claims. At the equipment delivery and storage stage, supplier may bribe inspection engineer.
Hello, Chief.
Performance certificates and test certificates for some certain equipment. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, are you hearing me?
No, I'm afraid we're no longer, your voice is no longer audible. And we can only see the slides and reading the content, but not your voice. So we are proposing, suggesting we should ask the speaker, the discussant to go ahead and discuss your paper since you already have sent in advance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
that's fine.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your understanding. Arize, if you are online, please.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So what I can do is I can share my screen, and that means you need to give me control. And then we can do that very quickly. Yeah. Yes.
Doing that.
Yes.
We're doing that.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen. If you can see my, let me know. If you can see my screen, please let me know.
Not yet, but we can hear your voice.
Yes, so I am sharing my screen.
Okay, go on, go on.
Yes. So if you can see my screen, you let me know. Yes.
We can see it now. Go on.
Oh, excellent. Good stuff. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, all. And like Pascal, I have two of my mentors also leading this session, Alhaji Bukar and Alhaji Mashood Yusuf. And I greet you both specially and thank you for this opportunity to speak at the PEEF platform. And I'll quickly touch on the presentation made by Pascal, even though it's not complete. But I'll run you through the essence of it, and I'll try to reserve enough time for conversations at the end as well. In terms of outline, I will just talk very briefly about the steel sector and context, and I'm really happy that a lot of persons who have been intimately involved in the steel sector, including at the most senior levels, have already spoken about this sector. And then I will look at the essence of Chief Egwim's presentation, make some observations and reflections on that presentation, and then layer on my own recommendations, and then conclude at the end. So that's my simple structure. So just to add to all the other comments about steel and how pivotal it is to the development of every nation. Steel is it's really inextricably intertwined with any country's aspirations in developing its heavy industries and manufacturing. It also sits squarely at the heart of process plants, and without steel, you really cannot fire up your construction. For instance, China's phenomenal transformation in the last 2 to 3 decades has been principally on the back of its steel industry as well. As a country, you also cannot defend yourself if you have to rely on other countries to supply your steel needs. And for Nigeria, where oil and gas sits squarely at the heart of our foreign exchange earnings, that industry relies a lot on the steel industry as well. So it's really ubiquitous, and it's a major driver of modern economies, as all previous speakers have noted. In terms of contribution to global GDP, we are looking at something like $3 trillion, almost 3% of global GDP. Globally, it employs about 6 million persons, and in Nigeria, the calculation is that if we're able to bring back the steel sector with all the component parts functioning, the direct and indirect job creation could potentially top 500,000, which would be a major boost. In terms of percentage contribution to GDP, if you look at our peer comparators, with Brazil right at the top, you can see how poorly Nigeria is doing at 0.02%, whereas Brazil is at 2.4%. So we are seriously lagging our peer comparators. So having established that sort of background, the focus for this session will really be about combating procurement corruption and fraud risks, and to continue to stress that unless this is addressed structurally and comprehensively, the nascent steel sector will be dead on arrival. I think that is the key message, and Chief Egwim also tried to bring that out in his presentation. Just in terms of brief remarks around definition. So for corruption, what we really have in mind is that it is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. This is the simple definition put together by Transparency International. Whereas as far as fraud is concerned, it's really looking at deceit, where this is according to Britannica. So it's a crime, where the perpetrator is looking to deceive another in order to take undue advantage. So just bear those two broad definitions in mind as we explore the issue of combating procurement corruption and fraud risks in the steel sector. So the essence of Chief Egwim's presentation really is that the steel sector itself is pivotal to Nigeria's development aspirations. So the procurement activities within that sector must be entrusted to the hands of professionals rather than gifted amateurs. And I'm happy that my friend and brother, Abdul Maman, who is representing the SIPSIM registrar, is also here, and he spoke eloquently about this point as well. So you really need professionalism in procurement activities to be able to realize the restart and smooth functioning of the steel sector in Nigeria. In order to combat procurement corruption and fraud risks, you must take an integrated value chain perspective. Integrated in the sense that you need to bring together the value chain from the business end and the value chain in terms of how procurement processes are orchestrated as well. The opportunities for procurement corruption, as we've seen from Chief Egwim's presentation, are really can be found throughout the entire end-to-end process of procurement. So it's not something that you'll find in only one area. Typically, when people discuss procurement, corruption, and fraud risks, they tend to look only at tendering, and then also at what happens when money is lost. But it goes well beyond that as well, and I think he tried to bring that out in the presentation. To combat procurement corruption, you need competent professionals in the right place, and you need to also have a program to regularly upskill them as well. And one of the suggestions Chief Ewim made was to bring in CIPSIM, that is the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply Management in Nigeria, more into that space of professionalizing the procurement cadre, across the various companies and organizations that support this sector as well. Chief Ewim talks about the National Council on Procurement, which is a provision within the Public Procurement Act 2007, which, if implemented, will strengthen accountability and improve oversight. And he also talks about the certainty of creating certainty around speedy prosecution and conviction of individuals who may be complicit in corruption and fraud as well. So in terms of simple observations, I think the structure of his presentation is clear, and he has very detailed content with very interesting anecdotes on how corruption and fraud risks could manifest. He also talks about the value chain perspective, which is really key, and looking at how these value chains are interconnected. The scenarios he paints of potential corruption and fraud risks are very relatable, particularly in our Nigerian context. And he also looks at procurement from the point of view of direct procurement, which is the direct input that goes into the creation of steel and steel products, and then also indirect procurement, the run and maintain aspects that is necessary as well. And then the practical solutions he offers are, very direct. For instance, the inauguration of the National Council on Procurement. It talks about promoting competitive tendering wherever it is applicable, and he touches on skills development and the importance of professionalizing procurement to serve the needs of the sector. And he is very clear about establishing a program of compliance and assurance within the procurement space. In terms of the reflections on the presentation, I think a number of 4 key things came out. It's essential really to integrate the procurement sector as well as the business value chain within the steel industry. Even though he says all of that, there could be opportunities to build out how to achieve this complex integration. As we've seen, we are looking at 3 different aspects. We are looking at the raw materials, you're looking at the infrastructure, and then you're looking at the plants, and how all these elements are integrated and addressed from a procurement point of view is really essential. So the devil really is in the details here. In terms of compliance monitoring by ICPC, I don't think anyone will disagree, with ICPC's role in this regard. Again, the addition here would be to think about very specific ways in which this compliance monitoring can be exercised. For instance, in terms of defining what the priorities should be and how the ICPC can go about this, this activity. The National Council on Procurement, this has been almost a recurring decimal since the Public Procurement Act was passed in 2007. The fact that it has not been inaugurated, and there are critics who say that the fact that it has not been inaugurated has, for instance, reduced the activities of the Federal Executive Council somewhat to the one of a contract awarding body in some of their sessions, as unfair as that might sound. but there could be a grain of truth in that, in the sense that if you have the National Procurement Council properly established, then it then becomes that kind of policy-making body, and then it pushes down executive mandate to professionals with the steel sector, for instance, to then be able to exercise oversight for procurement activity. I think that is the what I see there, and perhaps the paper could have gone further to discuss the specific impacts that this inauguration of MPC could have in combating corruption and fraud risks in the steel sector. Also building professional procurement capacity. I think everyone will also agree with that as well. But to do that requires a number of things. Funding, you need to be able to recruit intentionally. You need to be able to train. You need to be able to, motivate, and then just keep that going as well. And there's a little bit of detail in that area that the presenter could also have considered to strengthen the presentation. In terms of my own view about how we can approach this, I look at it from just 5 points in terms of addressing procurement philosophy for the steel sector holistically, looking at governance and oversight, looking at integration and digitalization, looking at benchmark, and then looking at ethics and compliance. These are the sort of 5 key elements you will need to combat procurement, corruption, and fraud risks in the steel sector. And if you just start with the first one, this is about promoting joined-up thinking that will deliver coherent and integrated procurement strategies for the steel sector and all its constituent businesses and activities. And as we've seen, there are quite a diverse array of players. The important thing is how to align all of them so that they are working to a common purpose. Second one is around governance and oversight, and one of the earlier speakers talked about governance as well. Governance really has to be front and center. And the suggestion here is to consider private sector type procurement processes that are aligned with global best practice. So this is not a condemnation of procurement in the public sector, not at all, but a recognition that to operate in the highly globally competitive steel sector, you need a private sector approaches that will be commercially driven, that will be laser focused on delivering value. On top of that also is mandatory independent due diligence for all the supply chain partners. That way you have a better handle on being able to proactively address potential corruption. Then all the processes need to be very well articulated, fleshed out, documented, fully integrated across the steel sector value chains, and digitalized. That digitalization will be the sort of thing that can then enable the running of appropriate analytics, even employing artificial intelligence, where and when required to create the necessary supply chain visibility that will make corruption and fraud extremely difficult, and even when it occurs, the possibility of early detection and therefore the limitation of impact. Benchmarking, of course, is key. So you really want to be able to compare how you are performing relative to peer comparators as well. And by doing that properly, even subscribing to external reporting compacts, it's easy to know when you are on the right trajectory and when your performance is deviating, and then investigate and find out and do a course correction. Lastly, it's on adopting or considering a procurement ethics and compliance program. And this has to be continuous. So it's not something you just do one-off. You have to continue doing this to make sure that everyone is on the same page. In conclusion, public procurement processes are significantly exposed to fraud risk. I think we can all agree on that. And globally, the losses could average 10 to 25%. Many argue that in Nigeria, these numbers could be a lot worse. If that is the case, our steel sector is liable to be uncompetitive if we do not, sort this potential problem out as part of the restart ambition. The procurement corruption is also exacerbated in countries with weak institutions and where political elites might engage in self-dealing. And we've seen how that has marred the restart of the steel sector since its conception. One can argue that the only reason we are where we are today is because of some of the issues here. And recent reports in the news have also not been very complimentary as well. So this is something that must be looked into. If you consider the history and complexity of the sector, it is imperative to combat procurement corruption and fraud risk structurally and from an integrative value chain perspective. If we adopt successful private sector procurement practices that combine agile processes, digitalization, and commercial deal making, combined with transparent controls, then we have a better chance. And then finally, solutions for combating, yes.
Mr. Arize, sorry, you are a discussant, even though you've actually spoken to this paper very well and eloquently. Time is not on our side, and unfortunately,
I'm done. This is my last slide. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So basically, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Just give you 1 minute.
Yeah. So okay. So just in terms of solutions for combating the procurement corruption and fraud risks, we say that it must incorporate appropriate systems, digital technology, and I've talked about artificial intelligence, blockchain, supply chain visibility, and all those related tools, and backed by external compacts and benchmarks relevant to the steel sector, then we will have a much better chance of being able to combat procurement corruption and fraud risks in the steel sector. So that's where we come to the end of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, please. A very beautiful presentation. Thank you, Mr. Arize. I must confess that it actually addressed the issues as raised by Chief Egwin. And we're happy that you did discuss his paper eloquently. At least he brought out some issues that were not clear from his presentation. Thank you very much. Actually, also addressed so many other issues, which I'm not going to talk about now because related papers, the next paper is going to, I know, is going to also talk about procurement corruption and some other related issue. So what I'm going to advise, and I also throw that one to all the participants with the permission of the chairman, that we should allow the next paper to come. Then if you have any questions thereafter, we'll ask. We need to do that because we still have another paper also immediately after that. So we need to quickly run up with this other one. If I have your permission, I'll go on. Thank you very much. So on this note, I'm going to invite the National Coordinator of Presidential Executive Order 5 of the Strategic Office of this Presidential of Executive Order 5, from Presidential Executive Order 5, Engineer Ibiam Gwejofo, who is the National Coordinator CEO of the Task Force Office. You're welcome, sir. Are you coming here or you talk from? Okay, I'll bring the mic for you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this subject. And I will beg to carry on with the existing protocol so that time which we are trying to save can be conserved more. So first, looking at the topic, as was originally, spelled out, we're looking at zero corruption in procurement management. And we are looking at procurement management, corruption and procurement management issues. We have actually amended the topic a little bit in order to arrive at the foundational issues that are bordering on procurement in this country. And the very first thing that I looked at is that zero corruption. I don't want to sit here and tell you that what I will tell you today will achieve zero corruption. And we are now talking of procurement process, because before you go into the procurement management, you have to initiate some things regarding to procurement, which will bring you into the management. And if you miss that, then there is already a problem, because a lot of corruption issues can take place at that element. So in full agreement with the organizers, we're now looking at corruption and procurement process issues, now. And I think the job is very simple, because all I'm supposed to do is to raise the issues, and then we will all find a solution. And of course, we all understand that when we're talking about issues, it's already something that people are already discussing. It's already some controversial issues that are worrying some people or a group of people. So that way, we're already discussing how do we resolve it. Some lawyers will look at it as disputes already in court, which is to be determined, but that's not where we are going to now. Even some of the cases may have been there, but that's not the issue today. So when you go to slide 2, we have about 8 sections for this, starting from introduction to definition of corruption, procurement, importance of steel sector, and brief description of the present status and all those. So I will lay less emphasis on steel, because the experts are here and they have told us a lot, and all they have said, I agree with it. So there is no need wasting more time. But all I want to say is that for steel sector to develop in this country, for us to move forward, we must involve research and development, because it is from research and development that we're able to arrive at industrialization. And it's a continuous process. And we have to continue to involve that in collaboration with Federal Ministry of Science, Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, as it is now. So we can't do steel in this country without that ministry being involved. So going to the main issue, whether you call it procurement, you call it purchasing and supply, or you decide to say supply chain management, which has already been interpreted by law in this country. That is why I'm happy that the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management is here. Because I don't know how many of you know in this country that we have Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management, which is the only professional body that has been given legal mandate to regulate procurement profession in Nigeria. I'm sure many people don't know. These are some of the issues that we have to address before we can get it right in procurement. So I listened to the, or not that I listened, I read the newspaper of 19th October when the EFCC chairman complained that we lost about 2.9 trillion in procurement in 4 years, based on a sample survey of about 50. You can imagine if the sample is increased, what is going to happen. But however, I want to use this opportunity to assure him, even though he's not here, that if the issues that I have raised there are processed and looked into and resolved, that figure will reduce by less than 50% in the same period. So I've listed different ways that people can follow to achieve corruption in the procurement system, starting from nepotism to splitting of bids, misappropriation of funds, collusion, coercion, and all the rest of them. You must know now that the financial experts, they have used the TSA to block some of their leakages in the banks. So the attention of some of the people involved in this now is in procurement. So I will advise the procurement professionals and indeed the government and everybody that is involved in business to look into this so that we can also use all the procurement laws in this country to block the leakages in procurement. Then we will be able to advance more rapidly in the economy. So when you talk of corruption, a lot of definitions have been given, but it has something to do with offering or giving or soliciting anything of value, for your own advantage, maybe for your family, for yourself, for your children, and all the rest of them, in whichever way. But for me, it's bad behavior, and you can always know it by a smell test. Everybody has conscience. You must always know when you are doing something that is not correct. I know that even some of us, when we go to shop to buy perfumes, we don't just go to the counter and we just pick because of the name and buy. We tell them to put it in our hand. We do like this, like this. That is the smell test. So anytime you are involved in procurement, you should be doing smell tests to know whether you are doing the right thing or not. And if that is not correct by your own smell test, you better run away because the repercussion can be very serious. Procurement has been defined clearly by Public Procurement Act, and it says it is acquisition. That acquisition must be at the right price, at the right time, and all the rest of them, as you have heard from the previous speaker. And procurement is done both by public and private sector. Because when we are discussing procurement corruption here, we are not just talking about procurement corruption in the public sector as it affects the steel sector. It is as it affects everybody, including the private sector. So we need to take note of that. The Transparency International has also defined procurement in different ways. And we are told that it has something to do with even licensing of concessions, licensing, public services, they are all together. Now, I said before that I will not go into the steel sector anymore because a lot has been said, but I still want to emphasize that it is the backbone of industrial development in any country, including Nigeria. If you fail in your steel sector in any country, then I don't think that country will be hoping to be one of the first 11. You must be following the first 11. So if I leave that area, I now go into the issues of parties to public procurement, private procurement, in the steel sector. Because before you speak about corruption and the issues, you must know who are the parties. I know that if you are very familiar with court processes or even community work, where the old men are settling disputes, or even in your own family, the first thing you try to do is to identify the parties. Then when you identify the parties, then you now know what the issues are. And then you begin to discuss how to resolve it. So for what we are talking about today, we have 3 parties. And I don't mean APC or PDP or Labour Party. The first party is the executive arm of government. They are the people who provide goods and services to the general public using the resources of tax and natural resources that are also available in the country. Now, the second party are the NGOs that are here, the private professional associations, the National Assembly that we vote for also to go and represent us. They are the second parties. It is their job to watch the first executive to see that they are doing what we have asked them to do. When they are not doing what they are asked to do, then they have to, intervene and expose it so that everybody will hear. So I'm sure you must have been seeing that happening, but maybe you have either thought in this line or not. Now we now have the third parties, which is where we have the EFCC, ICPC, and all the rest of them, which are the independent organizations that have to look after if there is a dispute between the first and the second party over what is happening. Then the third party will be able to look into it in order to find a solution. So we also have the judiciary. Judiciary are not parties, but they are there to, take decisions on disputes which has not been resolved by the parties involved. So you can see that when all these people are involved, all these categories of persons or organizations are involved in procurement, that all of them are exposed to corruption. Therefore, whenever you hear corruption, don't think that corruption is just for only government officials. It is there with everybody. So we have to all look for, a solution involving all of us, not just how to stop corruption in government. So going straight to the issues now, the first issue that I've raised here is the issue of Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria. It is a body that, as a matter of urgency, the government has to make arrangements to fully integrate the council and bring in Federal Ministry of Education, Federal Ministry of Finance, and Industry and Trade, as specified by law in the act that has been established and signed into law. Because this body is the body that is responsible for professionalism on procurement in Nigeria. Everybody is talking about professionalism. Professional in Nigeria has been defined also by law. To be a professional in procurement in Nigeria, you must be a registered member of this body. If you are not a registered member of this body, by law, you are not a professional in procurement. This is what the act says. And some of these things we have to try to follow it. Now, this body is the only body that is authorized in Nigeria to regulate universities and institutions, training people in procurement, supply chain management, stores, purchasing and supply, whatever in that category in Nigeria. And they're all specified by law. So if the body that is supposed to be handling those things, the government has not come into it as required by law, then I think there is challenge. So every effort should be made for government to get more involved in the activities of Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria as specified by law. Then I have gone into the next issue, which is the one, just to let you know that private sector and all of us that are not, all the people that are not in government, because I'm in government, are in one way or the other involved. I talk about the issue of suppliers of steel materials in the market, printing and stating on their receipts that once you buy and pay, no return. If you have gone to shop to buy some steel material, you will see on the receipt where it is written that once you pay, money will not be returned. This is not correct, because what they have sold to you, some of them are not correct specifications. And then somebody who knows that he's already playing a game will just in advance tell you that once you have paid and you have gone, you won't get your money back. And truly, if you sign those receipts, as many people do, and you go home, and you come back to tell him that what you have purchased is not in line with what you requested for. You have voluntarily signed an agreement before that you will not recover your money. So your money is gone. So I don't know what else you will be doing. Then issue number 3 still touches on Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria. If you go to section 11.9 of the Act establishing this body, it says clearly that a person shall not be entitled to be appointed or engaged to head any purchasing and supply chain management of any organization in Nigeria, unless he is duly registered as a member of the CIPSM qualified by examination. So this also involves banks, government, any organization in Nigeria, because if we are trying to solve corruption and procurement process issues in Nigeria, we should not be focusing only on government. We should be focusing on all sectors of the economy. So private companies must endeavor that whoever is in charge of procurement in their organization is somebody that is professionally qualified. If all the banks do it, all the private companies do it, and government also do their own, then there will be a challenge. There will be no more challenge with respect to professionalization. And that means that the corruption level in procurement will be reducing, because the law makes a lot of provisions for those who are also practicing that. If you make mistake, what can happen? But we will get to that when it comes. Now we come to non-inauguration of the National Council on Public Procurement, which has been mentioned before, is also an issue. Yeah. If you go to the Public Procurement Act and you study the number of sections in Public Procurement Act that the word council is used, you will see that there are so many. That means the council is involved in regulating a lot of aspects of public procurement in Nigeria. Therefore, it's an important organization that has to be inaugurated. Yes, sometimes I hear people say that because the council is not inaugurated, every other thing that has been done is not legal. It is not true. It is still legal, because if the council is not there, the president and commander-in-chief is the council. But it's important to still inaugurate the council in order to reduce the responsibility in line with the act, in order to make things more efficient. Because the purpose of having the council is because there are so many activities that has been put in place in the Public Procurement Act that has to be taken care of by the council. If you look at, for example, threshold of contracts, the level at which every member of government can approve contracts is meant to be worked out by the council. So it's important that as quickly as possible, the council can be inaugurated. And meanwhile, it is also good to note that BPP is a quasi-judicial body. It is a body that if you are caught up in their web and through the administrative structure, they are able to take decisions on issues concerning your involvement in procurement. Then you have to go to Federal High Court on appeal in order to come out of it. If not, those decisions they have taken, then that's it. And it's judicial because they follow all the necessary procedures of judicial processes before making those decisions. Then, not ensuring that procurement officers and professionals in Nigeria are bound by the provisions of Section 14 of the Chartered Institute and Purchasing and Supply Management Act. I mentioned this before. Section 14 of Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management Act talks about discipline and tribunal to discipline procurement professionals. Now, if you are not a member of Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria, and you are calling yourself a professional in procurement, How will the tribunal try you if you misbehave in procurement? Like so many people that are moving around that are professionals in procurement, they don't want to register with the institute. Because if you register and you do the things you are not supposed to do, you are bound by the provisions of that law. But when you don't register, you can get away. Maybe EFCC or ICPs will be looking for other laws to use to try you. But that professional misconduct, you can no longer be tried by that rule. That, this is not allowed to happen. And the solution to it is that everybody that is interested in practicing procurement as a professional should go and register. Then there is this call by many Nigerians for inauguration of Public Procurement Council so that Federal Executive Council will stop awarding contracts. No, this is not correct. Whether you inaugurate the council or you don't inaugurate the council, the Federal Executive Council has responsibility to approve contracts. As a matter of fact, you need to know that the National Council on Public Procurement does not have any legal authority. Quote me, no legal authority to approve or award contracts of even ₦1. So many people are thinking that when you inaugurate the National Council on Public Procurement, then they will now start looking into the issues of award of contract. No. When the council is put in place, what they will do is to set thresholds, indicating what the minister can approve, what the PAMSEC can approve, what any other person can approve, and including what the Federal Executive Council can approve. And there is no way you can say that Federal Executive Council will not approve contracts. If you are in your family, as most of us have families, and then you say because your wife is in charge of the kitchen, you don't want to know what is happening in the kitchen. One day she will bring in 1 cow into the house, no salt, no other thing to eat with the cow, and everybody is hungry. How are you going to explain it? So you must be interested. The president is the chairman of the council and is the president and commander-in-chief. So there are certain things that if they are not approved by the Federal Executive Council, and it is approved by any other body less than the Federal Executive Council, and then something goes wrong, then who are you going to blame? The Constitution is there. Section 5(1) of the Nigerian Constitution is there. I think Section 148 is also there, which empowers him to allow somebody to be a minister or to be a PAMSEC or to be this or to be that. Then you are now telling me that those people that the president empowered to do those things will now take all the decisions. And then later on, we now come back to blame the government. So please, I want us to understand this. I'm taking time because I've read so many things in the newspaper. They should inaugurate the council so that the Federal Executive Council will stop awarding contracts. No, it's not true. They will continue to award. Now, the issue of some professional regulatory bodies established by an act of National Assembly going to attend bid opening. Please, all professional bodies that are established by an act of National Assembly should please stop attending bid opening. It is not correct. Bid opening is for NGOs that are independent. It is for professional associations registered at the level of Corporate Affairs Commission that are also independent, that has nothing to do with government. They are the ones to attend bid opening. But I've come across by accident in some areas where I will find some professional bodies established by an act of National Assembly going to attend bid opening and even writing reports. This is not correct. So we have to move away from this. Then also some private associations registered in Corporate Affairs Commission believing that they have the capacity to regulate procurement profession in Nigeria. No, this is not correct. Regulation of procurement profession in Nigeria is for now, as at today, is for Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria. Every other organization that wants to practice procurement by law has to approach this organization, work out a system of how all their sector specialists that are involved in procurement will also register with this organization so that they will become both sector specialists and at the same time full procurement professionals recognized by law. Well, I'm pointing out all these things because of the nature of the letter that I received from this organization, that they want practical solutions to issues of procurement in Nigeria. And I'm telling you that these things I'm discussing with you form the bedrock of what is holding efficient public procurement in Nigeria. And if they are resolved, then you will see that this corruption will drop down. Because I don't see anybody that is a procurement professional that will go and misdirect his officers. And then there will be a misprocurement and he expects to get away with it. No, you can't, because the tribunal is there waiting for you. And you know, I have worked as a procurement auditor for many years before. I've also audited so many, ministries in Nigeria before I came back to government. My experience during that audit is that some of the people that are doing what they are doing don't even understand the meaning of what they are doing. So you will find out that when you go, you keep training instead of doing the audit straight, because you're looking at the people that are supposed to be doing these things. Then World Bank, of course, has already mentioned in their report that procurement professionals are not fully used in this country. And they also stated that they are few. So I am recommending that there should be adequate funding for the Bureau of Public Procurement to set up a national body, for working with the appropriate professionals for continuous training in procurement in Nigeria, so that we can have enough as required. Then there is this fear of award of contracts by MDAs without assurance of clear budgetary provisions. Now I'm using the word fear because I can't really give you any example now. But what I'm saying is that if you have only 1 billion and you're awarding a contract of 300 billion, and you expect that contract to be finished in 4 years, how do you get the money for the balance to pay the contractor when he finishes the work? So this one is just academic, but it's important that I mention it. In relative terms, what I'm saying is that when you don't have money for a project and you award a contract, and then the contractor comes after you for payment, there is always a big problem. You have to pay interest, you have to do variation. A lot of frustration comes into that. Even the work that has been done may also get bad and become worse. Now, I'm also, talking about fear. This is also another academic work where registered, non-registered procurement auditors and non-registered professionals can go and approach somebody to prepare a procurement audit report. Yes, it is one of the problems we have in this country, because procurement audit report can be used to jail somebody. As a matter of fact, procurement audit in this country now, as far as public sector is concerned, only Bureau of Public Procurement is empowered by law to do it. But that is with the understanding that professionals who will be involved in those audits are there. So For people who go around private sector and all the rest of them saying that they are procurement auditors, they want to audit your procurement. Please note that it's a criminal offense if you are found signing a public procurement audit report or private procurement audit report without being a certified procurement auditor. What comes out of it, that will be your problem. Now we now go to assets, disposal of government assets. Please note that disposal of government assets is also part of procurement now. And yes. And it has Section 55 of Public Procurement Act for you to follow in order to be able to dispose government assets in the right way. Then I want to also mention MOUs and laws and contracts that people engage into. And then in such agreements, you will find somebody putting arbitration clauses that arbitration will take place somewhere in Paris or in London. It's also one of the procurement issues that needs to be resolved. That should not happen. The contract is in Nigeria. The money to be used to pay for the job is in Nigeria. If there is issue of arbitration, it must be in Nigeria in accordance with the laws of Nigeria. You should not engage yourself in any arrangement where you go and be putting that arbitration will be in London or in US or Paris. It shouldn't arise at all. And you must make sure that that agreement that you are signing, whether MOU or not, so is approved by the Attorney General of the Federation before you append your signature on it. If not, you are calling for problem. Then training of people who want to become procurement professionals. This is the exclusive responsibility of the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria. I know, what we are discussing is issues that we need to resolve for us to move forward in procurement in Nigeria. And I'm telling you, these issues that I'm raising now, if you don't resolve them, you are not getting to anywhere. Even the steel industry we're talking about will just be going up and coming down. The training of professionals, the training of people who want to become professionals in procurement in Nigeria cannot be achieved through the process that it is being done now at the Bureau of Public Procurement, where some training is done for 2 weeks, then people are given certificates, and then they are converted as procurement officers. It's not correct. They have to work with the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management. And then that also means the council, governing council of the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management should also be properly set up in line with the law in order to address these issues. Then I want to also talk about professional conduct of persons working as procurement officers without being in the catchment area of 14 and 15 of CIPS Act, which is discipline. Now, if you go to, I think, Section 23 of the Nigerian Constitution, where the ethics is discussed, you'll find out that one of the major things that is discussed as ethics is discipline, integrity, and all the rest of them. That is the reason why that section is there in the Act. And it is based on either Section 49, I think Section 49 of the Nigerian Constitution, where the National Assembly has been given power on setting up professional bodies. It is on that basis that this act was established, and the tribunal to discipline professionals practicing in that field has been established. So if we're not following all these things, and then people are just working, we are procurement officers, we are working, you make mistakes, or you do something that is not a mistake, nobody challenges you, nobody disciplines you, is a problem. So we have to find a solution to that. Then finally, the people who are selling substandard steel products in the market. That is the private sector people. You know, my recent interaction with one of the bodies that has been involved in testing steel told me that most of the steel that come to their place for test always fail the test. So the problem is either the manufacturers are conniving with the sellers in order to do it like that, so that people who are buying it will buy without knowing. Whatever is the case is part of the issues that lead to corruption that has to be resolved, because these are things that lead to building collapse, they lead to bridges collapse, and you never can tell who will be there, whether it's your family member that will be in that building when it will collapse. So we have to see that something is done. We know, of course, about artisans, you know, their role in building construction and all the areas where they work, even in machineries, servicing, and all the rest of them. And you give them money to buy materials to do that work because you are not there. You are very busy. Sometimes it is not the way you have agreed with them that they do it, and they will come and tell you everything is okay. And you go. When you go out, because you think you have used steel to do a particular work, you didn't know that they have used something less than steel. Problem will arise. So this is also one of the items that needs to be looked into. So conclusively, I'm saying that procurement corruption in the procurement process is both in the private sector and the public sector. And it involves all of us because we all belong to the three categories. And we must collectively, as a body, take a decision that enough is enough so that this country can move forward. And I'm also saying emphatically that if we have the courage to further discuss the issues that have been raised here in this my paper, and we are able to resolve them, procurement process corruption will come down by at least 50%. And I'm speaking to you on this, on the strength of my experience in procurement activities as an adult for about 40 years. And the ones that I did as a child, which we used to call buying and selling in those days. I helped my mother to do petty trading. My father was a headmaster, but my mother was selling bread. She was selling buns. She was selling all kinds of agricultural products, the excess that we are able to harvest from the farm, because you know, as the son of a headmaster, you live in a place where you have farm. I participated in selling all those things, and I know some of the experiences I remember I had in those days. They are part of my procurement experience. So I'm talking of 40 years plus in making that statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Engineer Obia. Well, he has raised several fundamental issues, as well as the paper is not only technical, but it has a lot of legal issues. And I think we do need one or two interpretations and all that. Well, before I do a roundup, I have to now call the discussant of that paper, who is the person of Barrister Aminu Ogaji, a legal practitioner, as well as a member of the Conference Planning Committee. Barrister Ogaji, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Barrister Ogaji, you have just 5 minutes, please.
Yes, it's too small. The representative of the Honorable Minister, the chairman of this conference, please permit me to stand by the existing protocol. Now, with the permission of the chairman of the occasion, I want to mention 2 or 3 things about what has happened today at the conference for the record of it It's not a communique for this, but just to mention the fact that the reason why we have been here since morning and the reason why we are going to stay into later today, there will be need to put some of them on the marble. The first thing is by the Board of Trustee Chairman, who said the theme of this conference actually accelerating steel production. That is the reason why we are here. Now, the second one is zero corruption in procurement process. Those are the reasons why we are here. Now, the former MD of Delta, Dr. Madagwa, mentioned the fact that an organization can be built or killed by the stakeholders, including the workers. And this is where procurement comes inside. Okay? Now, the third one is the representative of the registrar, Institute of Purchasing and Supply, after his due analysis of production process in the steel sector, he now said, procurement failed us. Procurement failed us along the line. He mentioned that very well, and I caught up with it. Now, the representative of the Honorable Minister talked of funding as a major obstacle in steel development in Nigeria. Funding. It's a major obstacle. Now, the last but not the least is the representative of the sole administrator of Ajaokuta State, who talked about inconsistencies in policies of the government. That is policy somersault. Today there's this policy, tomorrow another policy is coming. And I have mentioned this because there is need for us to anchor this properly for the reason why we're here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to be a discussant of the just presented paper. Let me start by commending the organizers of this conference and Engineer Ibiam Ogwejiofo for the presentation. Well done, sir. Now, in my view, the engineer has explored the topic excellently, commencing with the explanation of the key terminologies which are relevant to understanding the issue at stake. Featuring in his presentation are issues like procurement, corruption, kickbacks, among others. He went ahead to discuss the relevance of the steel sector and the present status of steel development in Nigeria. He also explained the regulatory laws and mechanisms that exist for proper operation of the steel sector, especially as it relates to procurement in general and in the steel sector in particular. He also raised pertinent issues about parties to procurement and their roles in the value chain and the powers of anti-corruption agencies in their role as necessary watchdogs. In my humble opinion, what is not so glaring in the presentation is the activities of the human factors acting in their official capacity and also the attitude of the government in its reactions to matters of corruption. Corruption is a deviation from established standards for personal gains. The regulatory bodies and the government have a very crucial role to play. All issues of corruption must be dealt with all seriousness. The government cannot be selective in dealing with matters of corruption. There must not be any secret cow. The relevant regulatory agencies must be properly constituted and given all the powers to work without interference. It is to his credit also that Engineer Ogwejiofo identified the need for professionalism in the procurement cadre, and I cannot agree more with him. There is need for professionally trained officers in the cadre with opportunities for yearly mandatory attendance at conferences. This will update their knowledge and remind them of the ethics of the profession. There is also the need to review the authority matrix of ministries, departments, and agencies of government to avoid variation approvals where there is no value addition to existing contract. matrix, authority matrix, approval level of the government. This discussion will not be complete without reference to the supply side of the transactions. Service providers and contractors are in the habit of shortchanging the receivers of their services. They employ all sorts of methods, including bribery, undue influence, intimidation, and other means on the procurement managers. There is need for patriotism by all and sundry. Nigeria is our country. We must all contribute our quota for its advancement. Engineer Ugujiofo also made reference to the proper constitution of the councils of some regulatory agencies. In my opinion, this is not expected to be a hindrance of their proper functioning. Every regulatory agency has a mandate and specification of areas of operations. They must therefore function as such, while the government must hasten to do the needful, that is constituting the councils. It is also noteworthy that under the fundamental objectives of that amended, Section 14, subsection 2C, the people have responsibility to participate in the governance. This means also that the people can blow whistle. There was a law recently about whistle blowing and all those kind of something. I don't think the law is obsolete yet. In allegations of corruption for proper investigation. In trying to overcome the corrupt practices in the procurement process in the steel development sector, it is my humble recommendations that the following suggestions will be of assistance to guide the authorities and the management. 1, there is need to ensure that procurement officers are adequately trained to professional level and attend annual conferences and mandatory efficiency training. This will update their skills and a constant reminder of the ethical standard required of their profession. The procurement function, especially in the steel industry, should not be an all-comers job. Professionals must be instituted. 2, the monitoring responsibilities of the government should be activated with a greater tempo to ensure that activities of procurement processes are carried out properly and adequately. The government cannot afford to overlook any noticeable dereliction of duties or substandard performance or even selective actions against corporates. The government must exhibit the political will to deal with any situation that is not in tandem with the rules and regulations of the government. 3, the role of professional bodies in the supervision and monitoring of lapses in procurement process cannot be overemphasized. The Standard Organization of Nigeria, Bureau for Public Procurement, and the anti-corruption agencies like the EFCC and ICPC have tremendous roles to play. The apparatus for monitoring, investigation, and adequate punishment for culprits must be ensured. This will serve as a deterrent for others. 4, the need for restitution and adequate punishment for culprits is very essential, where persons accused of professional misconduct demonstrating preferences for individuals or groups to the detriment of the organization or the country are dealt with adequately so that the set standard will be maintained. 5, excessive discretionary powers of the management in any parastatal or even the steel sector must be reduced. This is to minimize issues of variation cost that has no value addition for the organization or the government. In this wise, the authority matrix must be reviewed to just a reasonable level. We are aware that there is provision for non-governmental organization, NGO, to participate in the chain of procurement processes in government, ministries, departments, and agencies in the Public Procurement Act, PPA 2007. Now, the question is, are the NGOs allowed to perform their role, or are they sometimes compromised to give an impression of all correct? The NGOs are voluntary organizations with social missions and are expected to display neutrality in all circumstances. There is need to remind them, the NGOs, that they have a duty to support the efforts of the government to ensure a decent and governable society. Number 7, again, the process of investigation of allegations and discipline for culprits must be transparent. Must be devoid of witch hunting. The public service rules provides for stages of disciplinary measures, which may also be taken on appeal to the judiciary in case of dissatisfaction. There is need for collaboration with international communities, especially where procurement is cumbersome and expensive equipment are involved. This collaboration will provide for checks and balances, which will be of great assistance in the value chain management of the steel sector. Beyond all this is the need for campaign for value reorientation. Corruption is evil, which will not do the country any good. There must be attitudinal change for the growth of the country. Procurement officials must distance themselves from corrupt practices, and suppliers and contractors must refrain from giving substandard goods or negative influences on the system. Maintenance of due diligence and the process is a duty of all stakeholders, which must be performed for the betterment of Nigeria. We must believe in our country. We must believe in our country. For a near perfect procurement process, there is need to emphasize e-procurement, which is end-to-end transaction and will give little room for corrupt practices. Now, in conclusion, once again, I appreciate Engineer Ogujoefo for his lucid presentation. We must note that the idea of steel development in Nigeria is not novel. The only surprise now is that it is growing towards a stillborn because of our conduct and attitudes. It has been identified that one of the major obstacles to its full growth is the corruption in the procurement process. And with all the laws and regulatory mechanisms in the country, this problem is not insurmountable. It cannot be allowed to remain a cog in the wheel of progress. The problem of corruption remains a challenge to all the stakeholders, especially in the steel sector. Apart from Nigeria's internal processes, we can also take advantage of the progress made by the developed countries for achievement of zero corruption in the steel sector. Unless we utilize our internal mechanism along with the experiences of the other countries, Nigeria will remain a third world for decades to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we should not allow procedure to defeat substance. The development of the steel sector must be a reality. Zero corruption in the procurement process must be achieved. If we must survive as a great country, then we must change our attitude to naturehood. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barrister Ogaji. Did you introduce a new dimension to the discussion? Of course, you highlighted quite a lot of issues around the Engineer Abrams paper. Then you also research on some personal views, opinions, and which is good for, as a good discussion, at least you must have your own personal opinion too. Except for, of course, the area where you mentioned NGOs, and you try to indict us. Of course, I'm not going to talk much on that because I have my boss, a leader and a well-experienced person in that sector that's going to speak to that subject. Otherwise, it's going to be another day. And I told years we not want that. It's time for question and answer. But as I said before, and we have been advised that we need to be very conscious of time because we have just one paper to go, and it will just be good that we take that paper. If we have anyone online, please that want to speak or they have any questions they want to raise, they can also speak directly or they can write it and type it and send to us so that to, however, just check if we have anybody there online. If you are online and you want to speak, kindly raise up your hand. I can see 3 people, if I'm right. Yes, please. No, not that. Yes. Okay, their microphones are muted. I saw Thomas. Okay, Thomas is the now. Okay. We have Oladele Olusegun Ojo. We have Abrashid. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay, they are all muted. In any case, okay. Well, if you are online and you want to, Alhaji Aziz is there, SSA practice. Alhaji Aziz please, you can send in your message. Alhaji Aziz is one of the. Well, they're not there now. Okay. Can we know who is speaking, please? Okay, that's Thomas. Thomas, that's your owner. Close your mic. I think someone is online, want to speak. Huh? Okay, so close. Well, they can just get back to us. So, if you have any question, of course, there are many of such that we can raise. Okay, so we have 1, we have 2, 3, 4, and I will be the 5th one. Mine is just clarification, but since I'm the 5th one, let me start it. And engineer is simply to ask that we have encountered series of trainings by universities, colleges of educations, on procurement over time. I'm also a student of procurement. And the challenge we've often have here is that a lot of such institutions or organizations awards degree as well as in Nigeria. What is your view there? Because in all your talk, which involves around procurement practice, we didn't talk any of the aspect of university and certification, which I know is very, very important in this sector. So that is one. Yes. No, please this way. Come this way. Give it to. Yes.
Thank you. My question
is. That's Alhaji Mahmoud Yusuf. Okay.
My question is very simple. We are talking about fighting corruption, but when you are in an environment where you don't pay a living wage to workers, how can you stop them from looking elsewhere to make life comfortable for themselves? That's my question, sir.
Yes, number 2. Yes, number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And mine is a comment. It's very important I make it because centrally, most of the papers that were delivered had a very direct implication on the institute I represent. And I'm quite happy Director General Bureau of Service Reform is here, and Astute and Hall strike. So we are grateful, sir. And mostly page 3 or page 4, he defines right delivery, right everything. You see, no matter delivery period is misplaced, you have just wasted that. That's very, very key and important. But on that paper, the other one that was delivered by my friend, the next person after that's Arize. Arize, I saw the presentation. It was apt, direct, and very decisive in terms of elucidating on very important areas of record that we need to do. So I appreciate all of them, but specifically, there are two ways I have observed what happened today. Are we talking about bringing back, for example, I could recall vividly in 1995, 1996, when we had the military president in Nigeria. There was an issue that has to do with the Itape-Ajakuta or Red Line. I think I get to know that Messiah Cork happens to be the particular organization that constructed the All Rail Line. And it was specifically designed for from Itape to Ajakuta and Delta Steel for supplies. You see, that's how, when we're talking about procurement, as most of the people are practicing in Nigeria have big knowledge today, you are talking about total issue that has to do with procurement and supply chain. Engineer Ibia mentioned it in his paper, because the supply chain activities are enabling influencers that makes the procurement decision to be seen, to be taken to fruition. And as a result of that, there was an issue. I'll cut short the story. There was an issue. A report went that the All Rail Line that was constructed from Itape to Ajakuta en route Delta Steel should be removed from the Federal Ministry of Mines and Steel, as it was then called, under when we had the Director Generals. You know, the Director Generals there, the Permanent Secretary were called Director Generals there. Papa Naldo Enoden is an astute civil servant. But what did happen was this. There was this writing that was made, and it calls for discussion. And that discussion called for the chief executive to make their input. As a result, both Ajakuta and Itape Iron Ore. Something did happen. They had an intention to remove the All Rail Line to be supervised under Federal Ministry of Transportation. I now told them, when you do this, when I was called upon to make a comment, if you remove it, you have stifled the entire supply chain activities, because the All Rail Line is designed specifically to service Ajakuta and Delta Steel. But I know, fast forward to the current, the immediate past administration, I know they have made a standard gauge construction on the rail line that traverses Ajakuta to Delta. So I like to know, by the time the structures we are advocating here for government to be seriously involved on issue of revamping Ajakuta Steel, when that is done, then what is going to be the mode or the medium through which the coaches that will be leaving the Itape Iron Ore to Ajakuta and Delta, where will they traverse through? Are they going to be stopped for the passenger rail to come through? Because I don't know how that is done. Maybe the people in Ajakuta will be able to give me answers to that, because it's very, very key. If the beneficiated ore is ready, and for it to be transported to Ajakuta and Delta Steel, and they are not done on time, the effect of the weather condition will reduce the efficacy of the beneficiated ore. That's the total mess up. That investment is wasted. So as a result of that, I need to see again, how is it joined? How has the supply chain activities been sorted out? Because once the outcome of this is taken seriously by government for implementation, then we are going to get stuck at that level. So who is in charge now? Is All Rail Line still part of the entire activities of the steel industry development? Then somebody did mention also about G2G. I think he's this gentleman from, sorry, Malik. He did mention, thank you very much. It's very, very key. It's a new procurement concept that government to government should be involved. Government should directly discuss with the Russian, just like we had the vice president went to Russia to discuss about it. If you talk about the issue of Tucano aircraft that was, I think it was done through that to eliminate the possibility of it falling into the hands of terrorists. That's exactly a new concept that was brought in. Then let us also be guided. Is government still interested in running Ajakuta as a government institution or a government company, or they are privatizing? And if they are doing that, we must also get to know that the terms of reference that will be given to transactional managers are basically couched in a manner that supports what is acceptable internationally, so that when these are done, we will be ready to move somewhere. Thank you for taking your time. That's just all I have to say.
Much, Mala, you have already told us that it's just a comment, and I take it for that you're making a comment. So the next question.
My own is a question on procurement. So procurement corruption or corruption in general, as we address it, please, how do we tackle padding? I want that one to be addressed. It's very, very important. Then how do we tackle absolute corruption at the table of the governance? Because we are talking about corruption, procurement corruptions, but where the real corruption is, as I have observed in these countries, are in the states. Then there is also connivance in the civil service and collective corruption. Collective corruption, between the clerk, the directors, and every other person. So this, I don't know how we are going to address it in your this thing. Then the last question here is, how do we like the anti-graft agencies, how do you liaise with them to actually checkmate corruptions before they happen? Because in most cases we are chasing the corrupt people, but what do we have in place to checkmate, like all these procurement processes we are discussing? This corruption. Yes. So please, I want all these questions to be addressed.
Yeah, I actually, this conference is on accelerating steel sector development and also achieving zero corruption in procurement management. And on the issue of corruption, which is the core of the last presentation, the highest level of corruption, based on what we have had so far, even before his own, is based on policy changes, and that is somewhat even referred to now as somersault, policy somersault. And this policy somersault happens at the highest level of the state. And because it occurs at the highest level of the state, basically nothing is done about it. And everybody gets away with it. And anything that is without consequence, the danger in it is that it will repeat itself. That's one. Two, there has been this issue that people are saying the government has no business in business. Government itself is business in the first instance, because government is there to raise money and put people there to raise the money, to do the job for the good of the people. And so you can't say government has no business in business. And that is the major problem that we're having. And all those who are raising these issues are the crooks and artful dodgers in the society who want to go and take over state properties constructed at billions of naira or dollars, and they will go and buy 2 kobo at the end of the day and own them. And how do we handle these people who are the highest state or the highest seat of government, who actually change some of this change for their personal gains, What can be done? Because we know people who
you've made the point,
who incur the small, yeah.
You've made the point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. No, okay, you want to ask question? If you don't, then okay. Then that will be the last for now, so that you can respond to them.
Yes. My question is to the speaker. When Ajaokuta will be revived, the issue of single sourcing will come up. Is single sourcing, is it allowed? If it is allowed, how do we curb corruption when we are procuring using single source? Because there are some establishments, they are known for particular thing. Going elsewhere is like going to look for secondhand. So you want to deal with them. How do you handle padding or any other thing when you are doing single sourcing? Thank you.
Engineer Biam, you can now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just make sure that I understand the questions very well. The first one, your own, I will answer last. There is this issue of people that are poor. How do we stop them from corruption? We have issue of pardon by whoever, because pardon is everywhere. There is even pardon in the family, where you send your houseboy or you send somebody working for you to go and get quotation for buy something. They can pardon it also. So when we talk of pardon, it's not only in those places we hear of pardon that it happens. Pardon involves all of us. Then, absolute corruption at the table of governors. How do we stop it? You're asking how to stop, assuming you are on the main road and a high-speed train is passing. Whether you want to stop the train by standing by the side and waving white flag, or whether you will lie down on the track so that the train will stop. I think that is the question. Then, the anti-graft agencies, how to work with them so that instead of fighting corruption, they will be preventing corruption. Because obviously, they will be spending a lot of money fighting corruption. But if we liaise with them appropriately, instead of fighting, they will be preventing. And then that can be cheaper. Then policy somersault. How do we handle the issue of policy somersault? You see, that is why if you see how I have presented this paper, I didn't go into operational issues. I didn't go into operational matters. I stopped at strategy level. I explained to everybody here the strategies that if you employ, corruption will come down by 50%. And that strategy is governance. To inaugurate the National Council on Public Procurement. 2, inaugurate by government the Governing Council of Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management. Make sure that everybody that is a procurement officer in Nigeria today is registered with the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management as a professional or as an intending professional, whichever. But that person must be within the bracket of the tribunal to be disciplined if there is a problem. Then, all the other recommendations I have given here, if you look at all of them, you see that those are the things that if you solve, some of these issues that you are discussing here now will not arise again, or it will be minimal. Don't forget that I told you that the recommendations I have given now will not give zero corruption, but it will be giving you minimal corruption. Because when we now get to the level of minimal corruption, then we now target that is when we now start targeting individuals, governors, this or this and that. But what I've given you now is the strategy to bring down procurement corruption in the country. I don't see anybody that will spend 5 years in the university as an engineer. You graduate as an engineer, as I did. Then you go and spend another 3 or 4 years to study procurement. Then you register with Koren. You register with the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply, and they make me director of procurement. And then I'll be misleading my governor or misleading the policy makers. It's not possible, because when it happens, they are politicians, they will go, but they will withdraw my license. I will stop practicing as a procurement professional, and my family will go hungry. And then I'm finished. So it is only one answer that we have for all of this, that the strategy which we are using to approach procurement practice in Nigeria now has to change. Once you change it and you apply it correctly, the way it has been stated in the law in Nigeria that it should be practiced, All these issues that we are raising now are operational issues. They are operational issues or tactical issues. I mentioned to you before that I'm a procurement auditor. There are some concerns that I have, which I cannot even discuss here because I belong to the first party. I told you about 3 parties to procurement, corruption, and issues. I belong to the first party. I belong to the executive. I don't belong to NGO. I don't belong to National Assembly. By virtue of the work that I have done, there are certain information that I have, which is not even something that can be discussed in public. It is professional practice. Every profession have what they can discuss in public and what they can discuss among their professionals. So this will not be the forum for me to start giving details of tactics that can be used to, outsmart somebody who may be proudly spending money that is not in line with this thing. The strategy that I'm giving is that let us professionalize procurement. It is the answer to all of this. And to professionalize procurement is not for you to get up one day, you go and print complimentary card and say, I'm a procurement professional. It is to go to school, go and get the certification. It is for the Governing Council of Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management to endorse you and give you certification as a professional. Then you go into the field and you will be within the catchment area of the tribunal that watches the integrity and discipline of people who are practicing. Because what we're actually discussing is abuse of procurement practice. I mean, governors, do they go to bank to collect money? Is it not somebody that goes there? Is it not somebody that writes memo for the money to come out and all those things? Is it not somebody that goes to get the quotation? So before you can start discussing that, and they're now talking about an audit issue, you have to present all the facts. You have to bring a procurement statement showing me that how that governor has collected the money or abused the money. Then I'll be able to tell you the solution based on all the facts that are available. Because it's not something you just discuss in the air. So if we want all these problems to be solved, let us professionalize procurement and obey all the laws and regulations concerning procurement in Nigeria. That is my answer. Thank you. Professionals as possible in Nigeria. So I think we should encourage those universities, thank them for even responding to the mood of the nation by establishing procurement departments and trying to do whatever training they can be doing now. What we need to do now is to make what they are doing professional or more professional by bringing in the appropriate bodies. But I'm telling you, I mean, when you get your university certificate, it says the council has approved. Is it not what you get? The council that will approve is what we are saying, that council should be properly set up. The council that is supposed to be approving these things, if they are not there, fully in place, then what is available can be used. But what I'm saying is that we should do more work so that we reduce the corruption, which is what we are trying to do, especially in the steel sector, which takes care of energy, railway lines, building construction, machines. In fact, Section 14 of the Nigerian Constitution talks about security and welfare as the basic function of government, isn't it? So how can the government achieve that without the steel sector?
Just tell me how any government in Nigeria can fully achieve that without the steel sector. Everything that has to do with our social life is tied to the steel sector. So we have to do more. That is what we are saying. What we are discussing here is issues, what is concerning us. And this will continue to be discussed as issues, until there is a solution. Then it will no longer be an issue. Those that have not been solved, we will continue to talk about them, issues. Next workshop, we talk about it and so on and so forth. So I think this is my position on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's a wonderful one. Let us appreciate him once more, because this is actually a very rich presentation. Thank you. We hope that we'll have more time again, some other time to interface with you, Engineer Ibiam. Because I was sharing with the ES yesterday, that issues around procurement and the steel sector in Nigeria is not something you just come to a round table and discuss and go. In fact, if you dedicate the next 1 month every day to discuss it, the issue can never really end. Of course, we're taking some very punchy resolutions from here. And I hope that the rapporteurs are working as well as taking notes for the sake of the communique that I'll produce later. Now we have come to the last paper, but not the last session for today. And that will be delivered by another authority in the area of governance and leadership. You notice that all along from morning, we have been inviting people from the public sector to speak to us and all that. Then we interject at time when we invited someone from the private sector, but this is someone now that will be talking from an independent sector, which is the non-profit sector, on issues that borders on both all the three sectors, especially the parties that Engineer Bia mentioned about later. And the topic is extractive and solid mineral sector challenges impacting steel sector development and possible solutions. And no other person to do that than Dr. Larry Adebayo, the Director General of the Institute for Governance and Leadership Studies in Africa. You're welcome, sir.
The chairman, People, Expertise, and Excellence Foundation, the executive secretary, members on the high table, distinguished participants. I'd like to start by discussing my conclusion first. A reason for that is that all the issues that have been discussed are issues of governance. And I was discussing with Dr. Lola earlier. But if we do not address governance issues, we cannot solve our problems, either out of corruption or development. And in my conclusion, I did say that a major role must be played by the non-state sector. Because without their involvement, there cannot be any progress. Engineer Ibiam talked about constitution of the Procurement Council, as well as the Procurement Council for the Institute for Purchase and Supply Management of Nigeria. I think we've left all these things without any engagement with the government or with the institute. I think now, if the institute failed to do the needful, we from the third sector should be able to take them to court or get government, force government to constitute these councils. Because governance is a relationship between the public sector and the non-state sector. Minus the non-state sector, there's no governance. Because governance involving the people, because the people really are the consumers of governance services. So when you fail to do your job, it is the responsibility of the people through the non-state sector to challenge you. Dr. Lola, I think the time has come for us to take the federal government to court on the issue of the Council on Public Procurement, and also take the Institute for Purchasing and Supply Management to court. Because if they fail to do the right things, we need to make them to do it. So I think that change can only come when the people, through the non-state sector, engage the system. So we are putting you on notice that if you fail to do the needful, I'll be expecting some summons from the non-state sector. Oh, well, the Minister of Commerce, okay. Okay, to do that, okay. So I think we need to begin to do that so government can be alive to its responsibilities. The topic is extractive and solid mineral sector challenges impacting the steel sector development. I want to start by giving an illustration. Let's take for granted that there are 9 children born in an environment. And 1 out of those 9 children got favored, got scholarships to go and do degrees in Harvard, Oxford, comes back successful. The remaining 8 are left in the village. Of course, they will grow up to be farmers, poor, and struggling. That, for me, is the illustration of the relationship between the extractive and solid mineral sector and the steel sector. The steel sector, because of its importance and relevance in industrialization and globally too, was given adequate attention at the very beginning. On the other hand, the other sector was neglected. So when we discuss the 2 sectors, you see how neglect, lack of policy interests have affected the development of the first sector, and attention led to the enhancement of the steel sector. But I will just do a general introduction first. One of the things about our country is that we are well endowed. Every part of Nigeria has resource endowments. If you travel around, as I do, from the east to the north, to the west, the country is endowed. And this is an area where nature has blessed Nigeria and where we fail to respond to nature by developing these endowments. And the potentials of this sector, that is the extractive sector, has been acknowledged and partly responsible for the establishment of the Raw Materials Research and Development Council in 1987 and other mining regulatory bodies that government established. Some experts have argued that adequately harnessed, Nigeria can become a major economic power, even without petroleum and agriculture, especially because most of the mineral resources are rare and widely being sought for by major powers. Many of these minerals are critical to the development of modern military hardware and strategic to the manufacturing sector globally. So in effect, we have what the world needs. We have these minerals in abundance across the entire country. Even without petroleum, even without investment in agriculture, which we must, Nigeria can become a major power. Of course, a recent 90 audit report indicated that there has been consistent, though not significant, increases in the contributions of the sector to Nigeria's GDP, meaning that we've been, working incrementally, not phenomenally, in terms of contribution of the extractive sector to our country economy. For example, the contribution in 2013 was put at 33.86 billion, which increased to 55 in 2014. That is 0.11% of the GDP. There was a marginal increase in 2015, which is about 0.33% contribution to the GDP. Between 2020 and 2021, there was a phenomenal increase, which was about 51.89% of increase in the previous year. That is about 0.45% of the contribution. In that year, the total figure was 193 billion, and an increase of 60 billion. In summary, the contribution of the sector, that is the solid mineral sector, between 2007 to 2021 was a meager 814 billion. The figure is paltry against the background of the fact that the country is endowed with 44 different mineral resources which exist in commercial quantities. The current total contribution to the GDP is 0.63%. Now, if you look at our contribution, our performance, in the context of what other countries have done, like countries like Botswana, DRC, South Africa, where you had the sector contributing to 40%, 25%, 18% respectively, then that tells you that Nigeria is lagging behind. The potentials that we have in that sector are almost limitless. And therefore, of course, the sector's endowment in Nigeria are classified as industrial, energy, metallic ore, and construction minerals, underscoring the importance of the sector locally and internationally, especially if there's a deliberate policy to add value, to support adding value to these endowments before exploitation. I think one of the speakers mentioned that earlier, that for us to harness optimally, we need to add value to these rare resources. And these alone can transform our country into one of the richest countries in the world. Now, beyond the issue of the money, these minerals are strategic to Nigeria. So Nigeria can play a major role beyond its resources if they're well harnessed. But as we will see later on, we did not invest heavily in that sector. It was neglected, and individuals, artisans, foreigners came in to to swim in troubled waters. And many of the conflicts we have in the country today had a root from our endowment, which was unharnessed and therefore not regulated. Let me tell you one story. An American general said that Africa has all the resources that the world needs, and that the Americans, will keep on engaging local government in all our countries. But where the government refuses to allow them to have easy access to these rare minerals, they will create conflict in those countries. And they will, of course, like they're creating now, we have conflict in Zamfara and many other places. That is a result of failure to harness what we have. They have come in to fill the gap. And of course, they will come in as peace ambassadors or conflict experts to help you to resolve your problem. A problem they created, of course, because of your endowment. The Honorable Minister of Solid Minerals, of course, recently argued that the challenges, but we're not talking about challenges now, that the sector is facing can be summarized as follows, and I quote, as the absence of innovative leadership, accountability, patriotic zeal. Somebody mentioned that earlier. I think it was one of the speakers that mentioned the lack of patriotism, adequate technical capabilities, and much required finance to unlock the great potentials therein. Of course, one cannot agree more. The minister's observation, as I said, is apt and therefore a correct description of the challenges we face in the sector. It should be noted that the dominant national focus on the oil and gas sector historically had been the major challenge of the solid mineral sector in the country. This led to the almost total neglect of the sector. Instead of an organized intervention, what prevailed were artisanal and small-scale mining activities in the rural areas, where most of the minerals were located. If you go to some part of the country now, for example, go to Osun State, in the southwest, there's a lot of mining activities going on, and more of the time illegal. Some of the traditional rulers have now even enjoying their participating and conniving with foreign illegal miners to exploit our resources. But the consequence, of course, that they do that without even looking at the consequence, the environmental impact of these on the local communities. In essence, the solid mineral sector began as an unregulated sector. This left the sector in the hands of petty traders, individual merchants, and others who exploited these resources only for private gain. This rather free-for-all situation also provided an environment for scrupulous foreign nationals and their local collaborators to plunder natural resources unhindered. This was the foundation of a rogue regime which has made the governance of the sector highly challenging. The initial problem led to the current regulatory and legal challenges of the sector. A related problem is inconsistent policies, which have been mentioned by many of the speakers before me, as well as conflicting responsibilities between the federal and state governments. In many cases, state and federal governments have been locked in battles over who controls where. In any case, the land tenure system, in which all statutory land belong to the state, has not only been a disincentive to investors, but has hindered the growth of the industry. All land belong to the governor. And what it means is that if you have to get the license from the Federal Ministry of Mines, buying mines now, solid minerals now, and then the land belongs to the state, there's always this problem. And I think the problem has still subsist up till now. Insecurity, of course, another problem, of course, is the lack of basic infrastructure, such as good roads, which has made access to mining sites very difficult. Insecurity, of course, is a serious problem, resulting from communal conflict, banditry, kidnapping, and activities of rogue elements who hide under religious and other guises to perpetuate criminal activities. Many of the challenges we have as local conflict, really, you may call it Fulani, whatever conflict, banditry, and all this stuff, really were just used as a facade to hide some of these criminal activities. So while you are chasing the Fulani herdsman, the real person doing this thing is a big man somewhere, exporting your gold or other mineral resources. So in a way, because of government insensitive and unregulated attitude towards that sector, we have a challenge. And that challenge is being fueled by unscrupulous individuals using local fights to cover up. And so sometimes religious and ethnic wars are fought, not because they really believe in the ethnicity of those religions. They do so because they have to pursue individual private gain. In many cases, legal miners sometimes exploit and encourage insecurity in order to continue with their illegal mining activities without paying taxes. I'm sure you will remember some of these big generals that are alleged to be involved in some of these activities, which I can't mention their names, but they encourage this so as to prevent government from being able to regulate the sector and for them to be able to make their money. So I think one of the things we need to do as non-state sector, and of which this foundation is a major part, is to work together, strengthen the non-state sector to engage government, especially to pay attention to what government is doing. Now, the Minister of Solid Minerals is really now so many regulatory activities. What is our role? What should we be doing? I remember the steel sector. There was a former minister who almost sold everything out last minute. He was driven out by Mohammed, the CSO on the steel, the last minister who, yes. So, and these are the things that the non-state sector should do. And now that we have the solid minerals in a different ministry from steel, we need to organize ourselves in a way that we can engage this sector. Notwithstanding these challenges, the Minister of Solid Minerals was upbeat about the development of the sector. In his recent policy statement, he projected a phenomenal transformation of the sector, targeting a contribution of 50% to the GDP, a very optimistic, though achievable target. So from 0.88, now he's targeting 50%. That is a very optimistic target, but it can be achieved. He disclosed a deliberate policy to encourage inflow of foreign direct investments into the sector. This will be done through the creation of Nigeria Solid Minerals Corporation, joint ventures with global leaders in the sector, as well as surveillance task force and mine police. A comprehensive review of all the existing mining licenses and the creation of 6 mineral processing centers. Can we have a class, please? To add value were some of the policy interventions that he announced. I think a couple of days ago, he announced the cancellation of about 6,000 mining licenses, meaning that they already put into practice the policy intentions. The minister's declaration indeed indicated the government's serious commitment to fully harness the potential of the sector in an unprecedented policy development. It addresses other significant components such as availability of relevant skills, institutionalization of local content, because that is a major part of it. Most of the time, when we talk about development, we think about looking for resources outside. By the way, one of the major things that somebody was talking about the governors, that we often forget is that we look at Nigeria as only belonging to the federal government. Every time, if somebody is sick at home, is president. If somebody could not pay school fees, president. In the meantime, much of resources are domiciled in the states. The governors are the ones who have the resources. Where you see a governor developing the states and there's poverty, that governor is stealing their money. Why? Because if you see roads being constructed, schools being built, and bridges being built, that are being constructed, it means that the governor is using outside contractors to do the job. And the only way you can make or address poverty is when the local contractors are involved. The Marshall Plan of post-Second World War was essentially to reflate the local economy in Europe, empower local contractors, and the prosperity of Europe after Second World War was phenomena arising from the involvement of the people in those activities. But in our case, you see roads being built, and that's poverty. And if you look back at the First Republic, most of the prosperity we witnessed during the First Republic was as a result of involving the people in the activities of the government in their states, in their region. They are allowed to build or repair schools, health centers, build markets, so that the money that belongs to the state can be spent there. So those of us in the non-state sector need to begin to hold the governors accountable. Every time when they collect a lot of money, allocation from the federal government, that is the time you see pressure being on Naira as of the dollar. Why do we always have that pressure on the Naira? Because many of them take this money, convert to dollar, and keep. So the total challenge the country faces is I often look at the federal level as if federal government can solve all problems. I always say federal government is an amorphous entity. It is everywhere, it is nowhere. But the governors are the ones who are the major players. They have the knife, they have the yam. So we need to actually hold them to account. That should be one of the things we should be doing as non-state sector in engaging, and the media also, in engaging the states. Now, how does all this impact on the steel sector? As I said before, the federal government has long recognized the importance of the steel sector, based largely on its desire to pursue industrial growth as well as the global visibility of steel as a vital ingredient in technological development. Although steel was discovered alongside many of these minerals that were contained in the solid mineral sector, policy support was given to the local production of iron rods and steel. Iron ore was discovered in 1950 in the old Kwara state. A robust policy support driven by the government interest to industrialize provided the impetus for the steel sector, and by 1979, an agreement with the Soviet group, Techno-Promexport, was signed for the construction of the steel plant in Jakarta, which reached an advanced stage by 1982. Subsequently, international conspiracy coupled with local collaborators combined to undermine the progress made within the 3 years of the commencement of the steel sector. And what therefore happened? That some local elite working against Nigeria and as front for foreign adventurers combined together to undermine the progress we made within 3 years of Shagari regime in Jakarta. Although both the extractive and solid mineral sector and the steel sector could be described as generically related, policy support of the steel sector made it to excel over and above the extractive and solid mineral sector. This denied the solid mineral sector necessary support and attention, leaving it totally unregulated. However, the policy support earlier enjoyed by the steel sector waned at some point due to fraud. I call it fraud because it's fraud and corruption on the part of those responsible for the federal government privatization of the sector. You know, when politicians come to us, they want to become president, become governor. And we knew this politician stole our money. Somebody who could sell a project worth billions at $200 million, and he wants to become president. What will he come and do? He will come and plunder. And what I found interesting about us is that we appear as if we are helpless, and we're not helpless. We tend to allow political, partisan interests, ethnic, religious interests to becloud our understanding of the issues. In the meantime, that will not solve poverty problem. It will not solve poor education system. It will not address the issue of mortality, child mortality or maternal mortality in our hospitals. So the resolution of the matter for me was thanks to the advocacy effort of the non-state sector, which I mentioned before, which prevented the attempt by a crooked minister to sell out on Ajaokuta Steel. So for me, the totality of the challenge resides in governance. Weak governance institutions driven by official or some rogue orientation. Sometimes we blame the civil servants, but civil servants really are helpless sometimes. When a rogue president or vice president directs, what can he do? He has to comply. Or a rogue governor, like you were saying, decides to steal, what can you do? You can only document it for future. So that is why you have the public service rules that will guide you as to how you can protect yourself from these individuals. So I think that the recent declaration by the Honorable Minister of Solid Minerals is highly commendable. It's also an unprecedented attention to the sector. However, the non-state sector should constitute a specialized team to document the policy goals as announced, monitor performance, and hold the minister and the ministry accountable in order to fully harness the sector's potentials. And of course, as I said, although there has been significant progress in the steel sector, the non-state sector should also ensure that through advocacy and monitoring, that to sustain the current attention the sector enjoys. The extractive and solid mineral sector and the related steel sector, properly harnessed with value added and regulated, can accelerate economic growth and development in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Question already.
You can just sit down, sir. Please let us give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Adebayo. The Dr. Adebayo I know was actually rushed through that paper. He's the type that would like to speak even without looking at what he has because the experience is there. I did not inform you earlier on that he was the director of the National Orientation Agency. I drove it through a 9-year program where some of us learned a lot about volunteerism, social work, and all that with him. Thank you very much, sir, for that input. Dr. Adebayo's paper should be discussed by Kumi. I don't know. Please check if Mr. Kumi Akimade is online. Mr. Kumi Akimade, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Oh, beautiful. We've been expecting you. Nice having you. And I guess you were following and listening to Dr. Adebayo's paper.
Yeah, keenly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You have roughly 5 minutes, sir, to discuss the papers so that we move to the next item, sir. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Hello, Mr. Kumi.
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
You have the floor. You can speak now. It's 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Your Excellencies, the Chairman of PEEF, it's indeed a rare privilege to be given the honor to comment on the paper presented by no other person than Dr. Lanley Adebayo, a former head of Nigeria foremost agency. So it's indeed a rare honor. Indeed, what he has addressed, which is the extractive industry and the solid mineral sector as its challenges as it is part. On the steel sector, is quite a very germane topic that perhaps has dominated the space in the last 3 months, more specifically, or rather gathered more attention. Whereas it has been what we've been discussing on a daily basis for the last 4 days. Because by the time we realize our lack, we start thinking of steel sector as well. So I commend for this initiative. To be appreciative of kind of the skill, the commitment, the effort that has gone into the few line presentation, which the compare actually said we will have talked on and on. With the privilege of insight of the details of his presentation, first of all, I will have to comment that it's beyond an academic presentation. It's actually a practical solution to kind of an endemic challenge, because every country talks of industrialization. Without steel, there can hardly be industry. Every country talks of joining the fourth industrial revolution. If you have not partaken in the fourth industrial revolution, how can you be part of the fourth? So basically, Dr. Adebayo has actually addressed the challenges of the sector with his presentation, the interconnectivity between the extractive industry challenge and the solid mineral challenge and the steel sector development, as well as our general challenge. Outside that, he didn't just talk about the cost, because talk is key. He actually provides specific solutions that will be useful to policy experts, advisors, even leaders of thought, and even the general public. Because if they have the right understanding of what needs to be done, we can actually make the right demands of our leaders. Having said that, the paper, in fairness, touched every aspect of the conference theme, which is about skill development, corruption, Ajaokuta, 40 years down the line. And every of its representations are actually germane in Nigeria's efforts and attempts to find a way forward. So, by any benchmark, I will give kudos to Dr. Adebayo. I will congratulate PEEF to have this kind of resource person elect to be part of this kind of conference. However, as a discussion, I have some interesting moments. I was able to acquire some new knowledge, and perhaps through understanding which I had prior may help this presentation, to deepen the value, which is actually the understanding of the extractive sector as it were. The extractive sector as it were actually encompasses deposits, natural deposits on land, air, and in water. And it's quite encouraging that the current administration, for the first and perhaps following global best practices, created a specific industry on marine and blue economy. The significance of that singular move may not be appreciated now, but perhaps if it looked deeper, that Nigeria relies on oil. to fund its budget and development. And a significant proportion of this resources is mined on water, the offshore development field. So basically, if we now factor it, that this, what is happening on the marine front, actually impacts us on our lives on the land. So definitely, I have to commend the present administration for taking that bold move. And again, I want to consider another important thing that this kind of presentation may also consider. And the point that, yes, we have offered several solutions to all problems. And sad to note that most of these solutions are actually being said repeatedly, some as old as Nigeria itself. And as they say, talk is cheap. And I would really like if this kind of conferences will be focused on quick, implementable solutions that will not outlive perhaps regime. Because when we look at development plans, some people are planning for vision 2030, 100. Actually, nobody will be able to ask them their role then. So when we look at quick solutions, we can ask people what have they delivered from their promise, and which I think beyond political campaign, the renewed hope agenda of the president is like being the president electing to benchmark his performance himself. So I think we should take advantage of it. And from all these presentations today, I know many participants today, and perhaps those watching this conference will have certain questions. What comes after? Two, we have spoken so much eloquently about Ajaokuta. I guess many people, we are not the first to speak about Ajaokuta. What comes after? So that question of what happens next is very, very germane. And I want the organizers to do that. On a departure note, I will want to make my personal recommendation based on experience. Having been engaged at macro scale in the consultancy on mining projects, not just in Nigeria, but way back in Russia, South Africa, have actually been engaged, specifically in solid minerals and specifically in diamond mining. An experience of those countries are actually taught us. One, Nigeria has more potential than we can even discuss. So we need to find the right solution based on the peculiarities of challenges we are facing at home. And one of those peculiarities are infrastructure, security, investment capital. We are always looking for who to come and invest, but we are always taking our money out there, telling people our environment is not safe. Even if you bring your money, we will appropriate it and go and keep it until back. So it's a kind of vicious cycle, and that's how poverty evolves. So I think I would suggest that this current administration should, as a matter of urgency, consider 3 solutions to change not just the steel sector, not just the solid mineral sector, but generally the Nigerian economy. We should create a strategic sector development fund. Meaning there are some sectors that are very strategic to our development. Key among them is the steel sector. Without steel, you can't produce any machine. Without machine, there's no industrialization. Without industrialization, employment will always be a challenge to the nation. meaning underemployment will continue. Unemployment will continue. So if we are able to create that kind of fund, the government will now direct it to areas that will help key sectors, like the solid mineral sector, the steel sector, and it can be solid mineral development, mineral project infrastructure development fund, kind of, just as several intervention funds, like the trust fund, several trust funds government has created that has helped the oil and gas industry. There should be such a fund in the solid mineral and extractive industries, which will be assessed mostly by indigenous entities that actually has the skill and the interest. Then there is also a risk project investment risk hedging fund. We should create that because the SME all over the world, that's where the major jobs are created. Government don't create jobs. Government creates enabling environment. Any government trying to create jobs has actually abdicated its major responsibility. But when they create the enabling environment, the private sector will create jobs. Capital will move where there is profit, not where you are begging it from. It will move where it's safe. So if the government could create that kind of risk hedge fund, it will encourage the local investor. It will encourage the local investor to invest in the solid mineral sector. Before we invite people to come and invest in Nigeria, let's show them we are ready to invest in Nigeria ourselves. Having said that, one critical area that the government should also place priority on is the interagency collaboration. If we look at this extractive sector, solid mineral sector, there are more than 4 agencies that actually oversee this sector. The petroleum industry, the petroleum ministry, the solid mineral ministry, the the marine and blue economy industry. So definitely, if there's no collaboration with them, there will be multiplicity of efforts, wastage of resources. For example, recently, the Minister of Solid Minerals visited the Minister of War on ways to collaborate within the understanding of the Renewed Hope agenda. And it was revealing. After the meeting, a $30 billion project emerged for the steel sector from just one singular meeting. We can imagine if that is repeated among agencies, most of what we're searching for outside the country will be gotten inside the country. Because the Minister of Works wanted to create 30,000, wanted to deliver 30,000 kilometers of road that will be made from concrete. And clearly, the steel sector will bring 30% of that. That's about $30 billion. We can raise that in Nigeria. Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. No, we can't hear you. I'm just trying to call your attention to the fact that we are no longer hearing you.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry. We may have to just stop it here so that we can move on with the next.
Okay,
we had the early part of your presentation, which lasted 5 minutes. Yes. Thank you very much for that input. We appreciate your discussion. On that note, because of time, we will have to quickly move to the next item, which is summary of actionable points, which indirectly means a communique, but the communique itself in the reform is not fully available. We are going to just ask the chairman of that communicate group, Alhaji Moshood Yusuf, the director of MAPET Engineering Consulting Service, just to give us an overview of it's time, sir. It's time. Because a discussant has actually made a lot of review. If you are going to start asking, they said we are ready to stay here now till 6 o'clock. You can see the seats are almost empty now, and we have to be conscious of that. Yes. So I'm going to call you, sir, to please give us a summary of you want to speak there? Okay.
Like, oh, sorry, all protocol observed. Chairman, all protocol observed, please. I'm supposed to present the summary of actionable points, a draft communique. I'm going to plow through all the information I have received and try to summarize it, but I was trying to look at all the topics discussed and then try to summarize the key items, which I have not done completely. The first one was the Ajaokuta accelerating Ajaokuta Steel Company. First topic was Ajaokuta Steel Company and the Nigerian steel sector after 40 years. My takeaway from that discussion was that the steel sector is the backbone of the industrial takeoff of this country, and is something that we should hold dearly to ourselves. And two, it is now obvious based on today's presentation that there is nothing obsolete in the industry or in the Ajaokuta Steel Company. Of the 33 plants that were constructed by the same company, only one is not operational, and that is Ajaokuta. So with that information, we should be able to talk to our government eventually that, sorry, all this story about blackmail, about obsolete is not correct, it's not true. And also the drive by the World Bank and IMF claiming that we don't need an iron and steel complex that we can buy from them is absolutely scrap. We should have a government that has the courage and the courage and the political will to tell anybody to say that even though we can buy from them, we also want to be able to produce our own and also sell or join the market. I know they will discourage you from doing that anyway. So what we need is the right policies from the government. And I mentioned was something was highlighted about host community. We need to look at that now and also make sure that we avoid what other communities have experienced in oil producing area. That's what I have as far as the iron and steel complex presentation is concerned, but I'm still working on that. It's work in progress. The other one was on the other thing was on the corruption presentation on procurement. A lot of things have been said, but I don't have them summarized at the moment. But I have some of the action points that have been recommended, which include inaugurating the National Council on Public Procurement to oversight the functions of BPP. We have some other recommendations which are included in their report, but I have not summarized that one so far. So if I may stop, I mean, this is where I am at the moment. This is work in progress. I cannot produce a communique right now. I'm going to plow through the recommendations and select them and give the feedback to the ES, our indefatigable ES. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Of course, I can say categorically that Alhaji Yusuf have about 6 other rapporteurs that are supposed to report to him. And for that reason, he has not received all those reports for him to compile. So it may not be convenient for him to speak at this point. We just have no, please. Just have a talking point just for 2 minutes by Dr. James Komolafe, who is just to speak to us. After which we would like to please inform you, just please not more than 2 minutes, because it's not actually a program, so that we can. I want to please also ask all the speakers and the chairs as well as discussant to hold on, because there's a plaque for each and every one.
Thank you so very much. All protocol duly observed. When I sat down there and I was not going to say anything, the ES met me because I do anything behavior. Just like you take your car to the mechanic to repair, I repair personal and organizational behavior by training. So if we must change our attitude and get our dynamics right in Nigeria, the first place to begin is the place of individuals, families, organizations, platforms, discovering their concept. And what is that concept? My capacity, your capacity to find your place in order to take your space, where your mental health, your emotional health, your physical health, and other area of health are all taken care of. That is the point of originality. We must not turn maybe the accusing finger to the government. That's the first place to begin. With this, you are original. The loopholes, the vacuums and gaps are blocked. The second slide. Now from concept, we'll find out who are we by construct. What are our potentials? Where is the area of my strength, my inherent skill, my competencies, my capacities, and my capability mode, all of them. And then you block all the gaps there so that you can be real to yourself. Now, when you have your concept engaging with your construct by virtue of critical engagement, is going to deliver a contribution. Please, the third slide. And that is the third slide. At this point, nobody wants to accumulate because you know who you are and what you have to become who you are meant to become. Organizations contribute. They contribute value, innovative ideas, creativity, and check it. Other clients that are excelling, Singapore and all the rest, that's what they followed. So from concept to construct through critical engagement, where you do 3 things, you interact, interface, it will of course deliver intervention. And that's number 3. Then the fourth one is the classic, where we begin to raise and celebrate brands in organizations, in individuals, and what have you. And that is the unique selling point where we need to get the individuals, the corporate organizations, government leaders, and everybody. And that is what we call center of equilibrium. When we arrive there, everybody will just be fashionable, no competition on an unhealthy ground, and no corruption. And then lastly, from there, while you are in 4, you are an individual brand. You can now negotiate your 5 and begin to create constituencies. That is the time where constituency will no longer be a language of just politics alone in Nigeria or Africa. We'll have engineering constituency, business constituencies, agricultural constituencies, PEEF constituencies, where we'll be able to leverage our strength, creativity, innovative ideas, and stretch out. Thereafter, we'll discover the gaps, the loopholes, and the vacuum through reality checks and block them. From constituency, what's the final one? You take it to communities. So it's a cascade, both up and down, and we must be able to fill in all of the gaps. So from community leverages now, you begin to collaborate, you begin to network, you begin to do the needful. Private sector will take its place as the middleman, and government will begin to regulate indeed. And from that, we take it national and continental. When we integrate this, no corruption anywhere. We're serving this in the public sector and also in the private sector. We are reworking some curriculum to say, hey, we are tired of corruption. You don't want people to be corrupt, then help them to discover themselves in order to recover so that they can package to manage without damage. Thank you so very much. This is the global imperatives for national integration and competitiveness. We're installing it. We can come and install it free in your organizations, in your industry. Right now, we are reviewing some curriculum and some works in the public sector and private sector. Thank you so very much. If you have any question, I'm ready to answer.
No. I wish we have the time. Thank you very much, Mr. Komolafe. Yes. At this junction, before the chairman gives the closing remarks, we need to just appreciate some of the speakers and discussants in our midst. And for those that are not here, we will be disposing something to them, their plaque to them. So I'm going to take them to the chairman. When we call you, you should please humbly join us here. You will receive it. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Keeping alone or?
The first one is Dr. Larry Adibas. So the next one is Dr. Anthony Madipo. Engineer. We have to call someone to tell you also how to back Dr. Anthony Pontuga. And yes, we are calling to also hand over to Engineer Ibiam Ogojiofu. We want to finish to help us in handing over to the chairman in appreciation of his. If our chairman, this is from the conference planning committee. So it's a surprise for him for the wonderful audition he has been doing.
I'd like to present this on behalf of the planning committee.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Yes. Yes, no, yes, no, I think Barrister. Yeah, okay, Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir. Barrister, okay, I'm only privileged. The chairman is there that is presented to me. Engineer Abdullahi Sani. Okay, maybe the just keep it closer to us. Oh, I thought you want. Oh, okay. Okay, so you're tired. You want to go? No, not so. Okay. Chairman, the rapporteur would like to take a photograph with you. Rapporteurs. Yeah. So if you could just, because we mix it up. Yes. I've seen it. I've seen it. Okay, please wait. Let's Doctor, we want to just close so we can interact after that. Okay, the Honorable Chairman, BOT, the day has been fast spent. We would like to formally bring the conference to a close, and our tradition at PEEF, I've heard some people saying PEEF.
PEEF is PEF, but ours is PEEF, so it's PEEF. Yeah, so our tradition at every annual conference is to appreciate all the stakeholders, and usually it's done by the executive secretary, my humble self. So a few remarks and then we will close. What I would like to say is that this year has been quite a tremendous achievement because the span of planning for this was very short. But we can see the quality of attendance, of presentation, of commitment, passion to see that our country develop is enormous. We had 125 registered on Zoom from 3 continents, from 6 countries. We had from 30 cities, 11 of those cities were outside Nigeria. We had about 36 industries represented. Physically here, we recorded 88 participants. And online, we had 34. Overall, we achieved 98% attendance. Would you like to clap for yourselves? I think this is one of the best outings we have had since we started in the last 3 years. Thank you. In the last 3 years, we have done it virtually, but we thought with COVID far gone, we should actually have a hybrid, which is what we have had today. So we appreciate you all. It is also important to say that in doing this, we had a lot of support from key stakeholders, essentially our members. We are NGO, so we task ourselves, and we had monies raised by our members, voluntary donations. We raised about 3 million to just fund this. And we are grateful. We are grateful to one and all for this support. We also had support, of course, from our leadership, represented by the chairman of BOT. He's always there. We are all retired. I mean, when I say we, I mean those who are really involved in doing this. And we thought this is one way to give back. Whatever we're going to do to make sure the next generation does not fail, because we are failing, it appears, with all the lamentations, all the sad stories we have had. It's not good. We shouldn't pass this on to the next generation. So whatever we can do to recover, working with our compatriots in the public service, where really the issue is, we should continue to endeavor to do that. So I would like to appreciate our speakers, because without speakers, we wouldn't be able to focus on anything to discuss. We have really had a high quality faculty today. That's my view. I think for lack of time, I wish that we just carry on listening to all these beautiful, excellent, points that we have been, availed today. We also want to thank, the board of trustees. We also want to thank the heads of the MDAs who are able to appear here. Of course, we have the national coordinator on the executive order 5. We have also the head of an independent organization there, Dr. Adibayo. Well, we also had Dr. Alaji Arabi Dasuki, the DG of VPSR, and others who came in. We are really grateful for your presence. Our intention is to continue to partner with you to move the dot forward, the dot of progress forward. We also appreciate the planning team, because they have been on ground, and I assured them when they started I will be supporting you, because I've done this for how many years now? Six previous CPCs. It's usually, a roller coaster. Everything forms, storm, and then the norm. So we have had it, and we are grateful that we have stayed together, and today we are concluding a successful conference. So well done. We also have a small team. So the planning team has, of course, the core members led by Mr. Mohamed Atta, who you have seen throughout the day as the compere. We also have behind the scene, within that team, the rapporteurs that you have seen in photograph with the chairman. We also have the young Shagru, my children who have been there all these years doing IT and admin support. So we are grateful. For them, it's a learning opportunity, and we want to see more getting involved, because at the point we have to hand over the baton. And the only way you can do that is like a relay. It's not a dash. You just have to say, hold on until we leave, and then you continue. That's what we're trying to do. Dr. Lola Mabunguje challenged us that we have not increased the female membership, the gender diversity in PEEF. It's not for lack of trying. Each time we are organizing, we say we want specifically female. For this conference, CPC will say female. Last year we had one. And she volunteered to chair because we asked for a chairperson female, and she volunteered. But she has been doing this over the years, so we want to get more people on board, because it takes two to tango. We need to carry both genders along. So please spread the word. That's part of our mission. Next steps, what we normally do, communicate, but we want to make it action-oriented. And in consultation with the chairman, we will be organizing a visit to the Minister of Sea Development. I've been to his office 5 times. I've not been able to see him, but we can organize one that we have concluded this conference and really say, look, we want to support this administration, we want to support the agenda, and we want to be serious to see how we are making progress so that we can track the KPIs on which they have signed a performance bonus with the president. And we'll see how we are making progress so that it's not just talk. We want to see progress on the ground. So in the next 4 years, this tenure of this present administration, we see how we can go. Ajaokuta is a doable project in terms of completion. If the political will is there, the financial muscle is there, I think it can be done. And we think it should be done. So for us at PEEF, we said 0 tolerance on corruption. That's an aspiration. But if you really aim for that, you might end up minimizing corruption itself. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. So on this note, I don't know if I've missed anybody out in thanking. If you think I've missed you out specifically, please take that general thank you for everybody who has been here, particularly our gentlemen of the press. Without you, we wouldn't be felt outside this hall. And even before this conference today, we had you synthesizing the public on the social media, so we appreciate you. But beyond today, let's continue the partnership. We are not into propaganda. We just want to focus on the facts. We want to see action happening. And the motive really is our patriotic zeal to see that we get a better country. That's why we are doing this. So on this note, thank you very much. And I would like to, with the chairman's permission, that we now bring the conference to a close with rendition of the national anthem. Do you agree? Okay. Shall we rise? Have you had a good conference? Yes. Please, can you repeat that? Yes or no? Yes. Thank you very much. National anthem. you. Bye-bye. See you next time.